again to our session of the UCLG, United Cities and Local Governments General Assembly within the UCLG Congress. What a week! It's Thursday already. Thank you all for being here with us. We are going to start the session that is going to be chaired by our co-president, the Mayor of San Jose, Johnny Araya. Please take your seats.
Estimadas y estimados colegas, les doy la bienvenida a la Asamblea General de la CGLU en el marco de nuestro 7º Congreso Mundial. Me siento muy honrado de tener que presidir esta primera etapa de la Asamblea y permítanme comenzar reiterando en nombre de todos ustedes nuestra gratitud al alcalde de Dayón y a todo su equipo por acoger al Congreso Mundial de CGLU. También me gustaría agradecerles a todos su asistencia hoy, tanto en persona como en línea. Sabemos que hay delegados aquí, autoridades locales que han viajado miles de kilómetros para estar presentes en este Congreso. Colegas, permítanme empezar con los videos de dos importantes líderes internacionales. Amina Mohamed, vicesecretaria general de la ONU, y Tedros Adhanom, director general de la Organización Mundial de la Salud.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank United Cities and local governments for convening this pivotal meeting, and I thank the City of Dijon for hosting it. The Sustainable Development Goals are in jeopardy. Intersecting and cascading crises are reversing years of progress. Conflicts have pushed 100 million people from their homes. Poverty and hunger are on the rise. The climate crisis continues apace, and some 20% of people globally still endure inadequate, crowded, and unsafe housing. We need radical change to put the world back on track. Many of the solutions begin with local leaders like yourself. The world needs your leadership to leverage urbanization for sustainable development, make the shift to a green economy, and boost renewable energy, transform food systems, and make full use of the opportunities of digitalization and provide adequate sanitation and housing, including to migrants and refugees. To succeed, local governments need power and resources. By strengthening local authorities, we can rebuild trust in the institutions people depend on and mend today's social and political polarization. The United Nations is committed to supporting local leaders to drive the transformative change the world needs. We urge all member states and international partners to follow suit. Last year, we launched the Local 2030 Coalition to localize the SDGs. The coalition will soon be fully operational and will be working closely with all of you to strengthen every local government worldwide. I look forward to your contribution to the SDG Summit next year. Together, let us make a difference for all our local communities. I wish you a fruitful World Congress. Thank you.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, more than half the world's population lives in urban areas. But more than 1/3 of those people lack access to safe sanitation, and 9 in 10 breathe polluted air. Cities can either nurture health or destroy it. That's why it's so important that city and local government leaders, urban planners, and public health professionals work together. And it's essential that individuals and communities are engaged in shaping the environments in which they live and on which their health depends. So we welcome the UCLG Pact for the Future, with its focus on people-centered local action and addressing ecological imperatives. Through our Healthy Cities initiative and other programs, WHO is working around the world to build cities that nurture health, recognizing that health begins not in hospitals and clinics, but in homes, streets, communities, schools, and workplaces. At the same time, it's essential that all people have access to high-quality health services where and when they need them, without exposing them to financial hardship. That's why one of WHO's top priority remains supporting all countries on the road to universal health coverage, based on strong primary health care. Thank you all for your commitment to building healthier, safer, and more resilient cities. I thank you.
Después de estos dos importantes mensajes, vamos a comenzar esta sesión de trabajo que tenemos hoy ante nosotros. Como saben, la Asamblea General reúne a la representación de toda la membresía de la CGLU. Se reúne una vez cada 3 años durante los congresos y tiene la responsabilidad de la política general, la dirección y la supervisión de la Organización Mundial. Hoy recibirá los informes de la Presidencia y de los ejes de la Asamblea y del Cabildo. Nombrará a los miembros del Consejo Mundial para el periodo 2022-2025 y también ratificará el nombramiento de los vicepresidentes designados por las secciones. Han recibido con antelación todos ustedes el orden del día de esta reunión y si no hay comentarios, vamos a dar por aprobado el orden del día que se les ha enviado a cada uno de ustedes. Estimados colegas y estimadas colegas, comenzamos con el informe de la Presidencia del 2019 a 2022, que incluye un estado de la Unión, un resumen de los principales hitos de la presidencia durante su mandato y un informe detallado de 3 años de actividades. Permítame dar la palabra al presidente honorario, a nuestro buen amigo Mohamed Budra, para que haga unas breves observaciones sobre los 2 primeros años de su mandato.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم أخواتي إخواني chers collègues, amis et familles de CGLU, merci d'être ici aujourd'hui à l'Assemblée générale des cités et gouvernements locaux unis. Merci à tous et à toutes qui sont présents dans la belle ville de Daejeon et à ceux qui nous rejoignent en ligne. Notre gratitude va une fois de plus au maire de Daejeon, M. Lee, et à son équipe pour l'hospitalité, pour avoir rendu ce rassemblement possible et de succès. C'est un privilège pour moi de me tenir devant vous aujourd'hui, après 3 ans, après notre dernière rencontre à Durban. Et je vois certains de mes frères et sœurs qui étaient présents lors de ce congrès de l'unité, congrès de Durban, l'esprit d'unité. Nous franchissons actuellement une nouvelle étape critique de notre congrès mondial. Représentant l'ensemble de la présidence, c'était la présidence la plus collégiale de notre histoire. Et c'était un point important du programme électoral, une présidence collégiale. Et c'est ce qu'on a fait durant ces 3 ans. Alors que je vous présente l'état de notre union, l'état de notre organisation au nom de tous mes collègues, je suis plus que jamais convaincu que nous sommes puissants et que notre pouvoir émane de notre unité, même dans les moments les plus difficiles. Tout au long des 3 années de notre présidence, nos démarches communes ont été guidées par les puissants documents finaux de Durban, tout en étant façonnés par un contexte difficile sans précédent qui nous a amenés à réimaginer notre rôle. Il y a presque 3 ans, le monde s'est arrêté et la façon dont nous sommes tous liés les uns aux autres a radicalement changé. Peut-être pour toujours. La pandémie de Covid-19 a agi comme une loupe qui a mis en évidence qui est-ce qui nous laissions derrière nous et a exacerbé l'impact des défis universels auxquels nous sommes confrontés. L'accroissement des inégalités nous a amenés à ne plus tenir pour acquis la paix et la démocratie. Avec les objectifs mondiaux comme cadre de transformation et grâce au pouvoir du nous, des villes et des régions prêtes à offrir un monde qui se soucie des autres, notre mouvement s'est efforcé de surmonter la pandémie qui nous a séparés physiquement, mais pas socialement. Au contraire, nos sociétés se développent au-delà des frontières et de notre possibilité de faire la navette. Nous avons compris à quel point nos destins étaient liés et cela nous a incités à élaborer un décalogue qui a inspiré le pacte pour l'avenir de l'humanité. Une stratégie qui va au-delà de la décennie d'action et s'adresse aux processus internationaux qui envisagent le monde de l'après 2030. En 2020, après l'engagement pris à Tanger, Royaume du Maroc, de rejoindre l'ONU 75, nous nous sommes concentrés sur la galvanisation de notre mouvement pour répondre à l'appel des Nations Unies. La pandémie ayant transformé nos habitudes, nous nous sommes réunis virtuellement et avons pu établir de nouveaux partenariats, renforcer les partenariats existants et rassembler les gouvernements locaux et régionaux du monde entier dans une plateforme de connaissances. La pandémie a fait rage, mais 2021 a vu une avancée dans notre engagement à placer les soins au centre de toutes les actions. Notre mouvement a fait un bond en avant pour se présenter comme un mouvement municipal féministe. Une déclaration sur la façon dont nous comprenons que la politique doit être pratiquée. Et ce mouvement a été présenté comme tel à la communauté internationale lors des forums sur l'égalité des générations. Il s'agit d'une voix sans retour, menée par les femmes de notre organisation, basée sur les expériences des femmes pendant la pandémie, leurs épreuves, certes, mais aussi leur courage et leur service à la tête de l'offre des soins. 2022 a été l'année où nous nous sommes retrouvés enfin physiquement, mais aussi une année où notre capacité de diplomatie et d'unité a été mise à l'épreuve. Elle a marqué l'examen du nouvel agenda urbain et a vu CGLU faciliter notre collectif par le biais de la Global Task Force dans la salle de l'Assemblée des Nations Unies. C'est aussi l'année où le président de l'Assemblée générale a mis en place un comité sur l'urbanisation durable où la Global Task Force a été reconnue comme interlocuteur. Nous avons également fait de grands progrès dans la façon dont nous comprenons la transition écologique, en plaidant pour une redéfinition de la façon dont nous interagissons avec notre planète, en transformant nos modes de production et de consommation, et en assurant une véritable transformation écologique. Nous nous sommes engagés dans les 3 cycles de la COP, ainsi que dans la COP sur la biodiversité, et nous poursuivons notre travail avec l'UNDRR autour de la résilience. Notre siège à la table mondiale continue de se consolider grâce à des protocoles d'accord avec le Haut Commissariat aux droits de l'homme, une collaboration avec l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, l'Organisation internationale pour les migrations et un partenariat croissant avec ONU Femmes par le biais des coalitions d'action sur l'égalité des générations. En effet, chers collègues, tous les chefs des agences des Nations Unies ont assisté à nos réunions statutaires au cours des 2 dernières années, y compris le secrétaire général des Nations Unies lui-même en 2020, qu'on a eu la chance de rencontrer, moi et Emilia. C'était avant la fermeture des frontières, parce que dès notre élection de la nouvelle présidence à Durban en 2019, on a pu quand même avoir une réunion avec le secrétaire général des Nations Unies en janvier, en février à Tanger, la retraite à Tanger, et puis c'est la fermeture des frontières, et on a continué à travailler quand même par voie online, et tout ça grâce à l'action de notre secrétariat mondial et de toute l'équipe qui a permis de survivre à notre organisation en inventant, en innovant et de nous maintenir unis. C'est l'occasion pour remercier tout le secrétariat et les sections et toutes les sections de CGLU Monde, et je vous demande de les applaudir fortement. Cela s'est traduit par sa recommandation de créer un groupe du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, de créer un groupe consultatif des gouvernements locaux et régionaux dans le cadre du suivi de l'agenda commun qui guidera le travail des Nations Unies. Le secrétaire général des Nations Unies nous a confié qu'il était maire aussi d'une petite ville au Portugal. Donc il est sensible aux idées locales, très sensibilisés. Les années d'ombre et de lumière, mes amis, car nous avons été mis à l'épreuve lors de notre retraite annuelle, comme j'ai dit, devons faire face aux conséquences tragiques aussi de la guerre en Ukraine. Notre capacité à poursuivre le dialogue à travers les pourparlers de paix municipaux de CGLU nous a permis de rester unis, de revenir à nos origines et de remettre la diplomatie des villes transformatrices au centre de notre organisation. En tant que mouvement, nous avons mis les soins de santé au premier plan dans tous nos domaines de travail avec le pacte pour l'avenir comme objectif final. La valeur du soin a imprégné nos réunions statutaires et la manière dont nous nous réunissons en plaçant nos communautés au centre. Cette approche a vu le développement du décalogue CGLU pour l'ère Covid-19, la charte de Rome et l'implication accrue de nos conseils politiques dans la manière dont nous développons les politiques. Nous menons des recherches afin de développer des voies pour un avenir équitable et durable. Notre 6e rapport mondial sur la démocratie locale et la décentralisation qui a été présenté hier a pour thème central les voies de la lutte contre les inégalités urbaines et territoriales. En s'appuyant sur les expériences de nos membres en tant que moteurs de la transformation et en formulant des recommandations pour parvenir à l'égalité. Notre rapport au HLPF, Local and Regional Governments Towards the Localization of the SDGs, a mis les actions locales au premier plan et reste un témoignage de notre engagement envers les objectifs, tout comme l'a été notre facilitation et les rapports infranationaux à travers plus de 750 VLR et VSR. Nous apprenons en développant des outils, des activités et des modules pour apprendre ensemble et réapprivoiser la localisation avec la plateforme en ligne Learning with UCLG. Au centre, nous continuons à développer des cours en ligne, un forum d'apprentissage et nous nous développons quotidiennement en tant que réseau d'apprentissage. Nous écoutons et construisons des partenariats renforcés avec la communauté internationale et la société civile organisée. Grâce à nos expériences d'apprentissage en direct, à nos expériences, les villes sont à l'écoute et à notre processus d'assemblée générale qui s'est également déroulé lors du sommet. Nous veillons à ce que la transformation des agendas mondiaux soit un processus de co-création. En effet, notre engagement inébranlable envers les ODD nous a valu une mention spéciale du parchemin d'honneur de l'ONU Habitat, que mon collègue président Altaï a reçu en notre nom il y a quelques jours à peine, alors que le monde célébrait la Journée mondiale de l'habitat. Tout cela démontre que notre organisation est adaptée à sa mission. La communauté internationale le reconnaît. Au cours des dernières années, nous sommes engagés dans des partenariats avec l'Union européenne et avec l'Agence suédoise pour le développement international afin de soutenir et de renforcer nos activités. Et c'est une occasion pour le remercier. Ce travail a soutenu nombre de nos actions visant à renforcer les capacités de nos membres et leur position politique au niveau international. Il nous a rapprochés de la Commission européenne, mais aussi de nos organisations sœurs, CLGF, ICLE et autres, que nous remercions aussi. La prochaine étape de l'accord avec la Commission européenne, qui débute l'année prochaine, nous permettra de renforcer les contributions des collectivités locales et régionales aux objectifs. Notre travail avec l'Agence suédoise de développement a permis à notre nature féministe de s'épanouir et a donné de la visibilité aux actions de localisation de nos membres. Nous espérons consolider cela avec une nouvelle phase de notre partenariat. Nous ne considérons pas notre objectif et notre force comme acquis. nous continuerons à travailler pour nous étendre et évoluer chaque jour. C'est pourquoi, afin d'assurer l'efficacité de nos actions et de répondre aux défis des années à venir, CGLU a entrepris une évaluation externe de 2020 à 2022 avec d'excellents résultats et des idées inspirantes qui seront développées dans l'avenir en coordination avec les membres. Enfin, chers amis, il convient de souligner l'avancée importante des réseaux régionaux à travers les sections de CGLU, qui ont considérablement augmenté leur activité sur tous les continents et ont également joué un rôle clé dans le développement du pacte tout au long de ce sommet. Je suis certain que demain, nous parlerons de notre vision, de l'avenir. Pour l'instant, chers amis, soyons fiers de ce que nous avons accompli au cours de ce mandat et engageons-nous à continuer à travailler ensemble pour un meilleur avenir. Merci à toutes et à tous.
Muchas gracias a nuestro presidente honorario por sus palabras, por sus reflexiones y muchas gracias por el gran aporte que le ha hecho a nuestra organización. Quiero pasarle la palabra a nuestro presidente ejecutivo, Jan Van Zanen, para que presente el informe del periodo 2019-2022 y posteriormente de que presente el informe, le traslado la conducción de esta asamblea. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor and colleague, dear friend and colleague from San Jose, John Araya. It's an honor for me to take over the chair. And also I would like to salute to our past immediate president, Mr. Boudra, because 3 years ago we all started being member of his team, and the situation changed, and we were looking back, and I was very pointed listening to him, how he looked back on the first year and the 2 years after. And we could never have imagined 3 years ago that such a very collegial presidency was developing, and we've done well, but with support of you, but in circumstances we wouldn't have dreamt of when we started with this presidency. Some things worked out fine, and one of them is going to be shown to us now by my dear friend and colleague, the mayor of Konya, because we got a very important recognition of our work. Please, go ahead.
Değerli başkan, kıymetli belediye başkanlarımız, ben de hepinizi selamlıyorum. Dünya Kongremizin böyle güzel devam etmesinden büyük bir mutluluk duyduğumu ifade etmek istiyorum. Ben sizler adına 3 Ekim'de Balıkesir'de Dünya Habitat Günü kapsamında Birleşmiş Milletler'in en prestijli ödüllerinden olan Habitat Onur Parşömeni'ni Birleşmiş Milletler İcra Komitesi Direktörü Sayın Mamune Şerif Hanım'dan sizler adına aldım. Bu plaket aslında bana takdim edildi ama ben huzurlarınızda bunu hepinize takdim etmek istiyorum. Çünkü bunda hepinizin çok büyük emeği var. Birlikte olduğumuz sürece daha büyük başarılar elde edeceğimize inanıyorum. Hepinize teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Very impressive, and we make it a tradition that in 3 years' time we have more prizes and more recognitions. Thank you for everybody who was on the forefront and in the background, having made this prize, this recognition possible. Then, dear friends and colleagues, I suggest we go on the agenda to item 2, the report of the policy. I'm going to put myself out. Yeah. Policy-making process of the summit. As you have been able to see, our World Congress provides a space for the constituency to organize with stakeholders and develop the next steps of our municipal movement. Special attention is being paid to maintaining dialogues with other stakeholders, in particular with civil society. The aim of this is to strengthen local democracy, the implementation of the right to the city, and the development of the intergenerational agenda for the World Organization. And we are not only making a declaration, it is really a pile of integrated policy recommendation, and we can be very glad with that. Item 2.1, Assembly Track. Let us first address now the Assembly Track. The aim is to present continental and thematic priorities that contribute to the policies of the World Organization. And this track, as you all know, is led by our sections, the sections of the UCLG. And I will now invite the vice presidents to present their position papers. And I've got a list, and I would like to give the floor to Europe, the mayor of Sala.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, I am glad that we today can share our European priorities to our global community of the UCLG. The European section has 8 recommendations. We have it in this pamphlet. 8 recommendations that we suggest implementing in our common working program for the coming years. These 8 concrete proposals are based on our challenges and our common agendas. All around the world, we are affected by global challenges: climate changes, environmental pollutions, threats to peace and democracy, health crisis, discrimination, xenophobia, and gender inequalities. As an effect of the terrorism and international challenges, we see extremism growing around the world. Extremist movements often present what could be seen as easy solutions. They want to divide, explain, and create us and them, where groups in the society are put against each other. Hate speech, threats and violence increases, and especially against politicians.
What? There's a problem with the translation.
Thank you very much. Well, the extremist movements often present what could be seen as easy solutions. They want to divide.
What the interpreters are saying is that the sound from that microphone is not coming out clearly, so can we maybe change the microphone? Because the interpreters are ready, but it seems to be that microphone. So colleagues, if we can change. No, there.
Okay, Carola, go ahead.
I soon will have some noise. Now I think the technical problems are have found a solution. And then I move on with my speech. I was talking about the extremist movements. Often presents what they want to and them, where groups in the society are put against each other. Hate speech, threats and violence increase, and especially against politicians. This creates a huge democratic problem. We can see both that politicians are dropping out because of threats and that we have troubles recruiting new candidates because they consider whether it's worth getting involved because of the harsh environment.
Mayor,
sorry, Mayor, it's still not. Sorry. We apologize. It's working now? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I said that we have difficulties recruiting new candidates because they consider whether it's worth getting involved because of the harsh environment that most politicians testify of. We know that there are no easy solutions to complex problems, but we must be honest that we have difficult challenges. Together, we can work for sustainable solutions for the future, where we emphasize peace, democracy, gender equality, and inclusion. We condemn war and the attacks of innocent people. Everyone should be able to raise their voice and get a seat at the decision-making tables. That includes both women and men, regardless of your origin or your identity. To be capable to build inclusive, participatory societies, we must ensure safe environments for elected officials. It's a question of democracy. We have to foster common positions and strategies to fight hate speech, threats, and violence against politicians, in particular against women and underrepresented groups. Safe environment for local and regional elected representatives are fundamental rights to perform our democratic mandate. In all political levels, we must promote a human rights approach where every human being is seen according to their needs and that they are given the possibility so that they can develop their full potential. When we all allow people to grow, our societies will develop. We must ensure that citizens have a good quality of life no matter where they live. This is the meaning of leaving no one or no place behind. Development is not just economic growth. It's about well-being and sustainability. Our climate can't wait. We must promote solutions based on scientific knowledge and innovations that maintain carbon neutrality targets. Clean water and fresh air are basic human rights. Biodiversity, environmental conscious choices need immediate actions, and it requires political leadership to take responsibility and act. At the local level, we have an advantage. We are closest to the people affected by our decisions. This creates endless opportunities to create change, and we can do it together. Even if we often have different solutions because of the context, we can and we should learn from each other. In our global community and our global family of the UCLG, we have an enormous capability. We must exchange our experiences and knowledge. This awareness should also be shared with our national and international level. UCLG must be the important bridge between local and global level. Multilateralism and multi-level systems must be the way forward. Cooperation and coordination are key factors to build peace and democratic systems. From Europe, we would like to promote the organization of a conference on the future of the world, along the same lines as the Conference of the Future of Europe. The Conference on the Future of the World should bring together United Nations member states, civil society representatives, members of national parliaments, and local and regional governments with their representative associations. This conference should discuss the future we all envisage in the coming years for our world and set in motion global policies and processes for a more sustainable, just and green future. Through dialogue and inclusiveness, we can fight the challenges and meet our future for the planet, for places, for people, and partnership. This is the decade of action, and the coming years are extremely important to tackle our challenges and change the way we work and the core is that we must stand united. We, within United Cities and local governments, we are an important part of the solution for the climate, for peace and democracy, for gender equality, and for an inclusive society. The values of solidarity must be put in the center of our work. Finally, global challenges need local action, and local action will provide global results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President, Mayor of Sala. Then I give now the floor to the Vice President of Africa, Mayor of Niamey.
N'importe lequel. Non. Donc Jean-Pierre me remplace. Jean-Pierre Lombassi. C'est bien.
Ok. Où est Monsieur Jean-Pierre? Are you coming to give... Yes, oh yes. I saw him today and he's looking, as always, beautiful. Okay. The floor.
I'm sorry for what happened, but Mayor of Niamey just arrived.
Of course.
And we don't want to embarrass him, to ask him to present why he's not set yet.
That was my text. Sorry.
So what I was asked is to present what we have done and what we think of the Pact for the Future, the position of Africa on the Pact for the Future. On the onset, I want to say a big congratulations to this gathering. In the time of turmoil, we are living it in, and in a period where future has no consideration because of the day-to-day concerns of people. Having leaders of local and subnational government reflecting on the future is, of course, a serious headway in the management of our world today. In Africa, we used to say that if you fail to plan for the future, you are planning to fail on your future. So, thank you, UCLG, to have planted the seed to reconsider building the future as one of our duties when the world is now looking backwards in a day-to-day life. And there are reasons for that. We have a serious crisis across the world. But our site Mao Zedong since we are in Asia, that says a main contradiction is not resolved where and when it appears. Think ahead and you'll find a way. Thank you for the Pact for the Future. In Africa, we support this pact. And we support it in a way that echoes what Madame Gunnarsson used to say, meaning we support a pact that will build equality between men and women, that will build inclusiveness, that will build justice, that will build true international relations based on equal dignity for all human beings. And this is what we are building with this Pact for the Future, because it says we don't want exclusion. It says we respect diversity. It says we want to abolish any discrimination. It says we want that those who are concerned by the issues are the ones that are placed at the forefront of resolving this issue, what we call in our language the subsidiarity principle. In Africa, what we also say is that we have suffered a lot from marginalization. We have suffered a lot from the fact that we were considered as minor player. I want to warn this House that the most precise science, social science, is demography. I want to inform this House that 1 out of 2 young people aged 18 and below are in Africa. I want to warn this House that the future of this world depends on the way Africa will be treated. So please, when we talk Pact for the Future, talk future of Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Now I would like to give the Vice President of MIWA, you will see section MIWA, or his representative, or on behalf of the Vice President, to take the floor. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, distinguished UCLG members, I would like to briefly inform the General Assembly about the outcome of the MEWA Assembly that convened today early in the morning. The MEWA Assembly convened within the framework of the UCLG MEWA position paper that was submitted to the UCLG World Organization. In line with the UCLG's Pact for the Future, our position paper is built on 3 dimensions: people, planet, and government. It focuses on the local projection of the disaster that humanity has experienced, especially in recent years, and reveals the current situation. In regions such as the Middle East and West Asia, which stand out with a predominantly fragile population, the negative course in urban development has a multiplied effects during the COVID-19 pandemic. Local initiatives to be taken by engaging the potentials arising from the crisis stand out as the key steps of the recovery process in the cities that are in a similar situation. As per our discussion today, I will summarize the main points under 3 axes. In terms of the people dimensions, difficulties in access to vaccines, financial stress in business branches, and that are connected to human mobility, and the widening gap in income distribution have been the reflection of the COVID-19 pandemic in the MEVA region. On the other hand, migration, which is an ongoing problem the region has taken on different dimensions during this process and has brought about the need for additional financial resources for local governments in their migration and adaptation efforts. Focusing on the bigger picture, it's obvious that more local efforts will be required in the upcoming days to reduce inequalities, which has been among the strategic priorities of UCLG MEVA since 2019 and is also a global commitment. Another axis, the planet, has been elaborated on the precautions of climate change on the MEVA region as well as the rest of the world. The MEVA region, where the water problem is imminent, is threatened by droughts, wildfires, and the chain effects of these disasters. Water scarcity caused by fluctuations in the precipitation regime is analyzed in the policy document, especially regarding drinking and irrigation water, and the problems arising from the cross-border management of water have also been addressed. Transparency and accountability, multi-level governance, and participatory mechanisms, which are considered among the basic principles of good governance, as well as access to data, have been the issues addressed in the government axis of our discussion. Digital communication channels, which became widespread with COVID-19, brought citizens and institutions together on a different ground in terms of access to information and established a new social trust. With the impact of the digitalization, the ratio of the public participation in decision-making mechanisms has increased. However, ensuring multi-level governance in terms of policy, coherence at different levels, and coordination among nations and local authorities for access to local data issues that still need to be improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the MEVA region. Then now I would like to give the floor to the Vice President, or on behalf of the Vice President of the region of Eurasia. Yes. on behalf of the Vice President. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Добрый день, уважаемые участники Генеральной Ассамблеи, Всемирной Организации, Объединенные города и местные власти. Искренне рад вас всех приветствовать от имени Евразийского отделения ОГМВ. Очень важно, что в это непростое время различных ограничений мы смогли встретиться здесь лицом к лицу, чтобы обсудить проблемы, актуальные для всех городов, и определиться с нашими планами на будущее. Члены нашего отделения обсудили приоритетные направления деятельности ОГМВ на ближайшие годы. Я хочу напомнить всем, что наша главная задача сделать так, чтобы города были здоровыми, безопасными и устойчивыми. И еще мы не можем ни на минуту забывать, что мы единая организация, единая команда, которая должна сообща реагировать на серьезные вызовы. И в связи с этим нам очень близка и понятна идея пакта будущего, что главное для нас всех – это люди, жители наших городов, каждый из которых неповторим и уникален. Это наша планета Земля, состояние которой сегодня вызывает опасения. И это правительство, которое обеспечивает достойную жизнь людей на достойной планете. Местные власти Евразии особо отметили важность построения конструктивного диалога с населением, взаимодействие с жителями на правах партнерства. В этом деле ключевую роль играют цифровые инструменты, такие как интернет-платформы, позволяющие в первую очередь быстро и удобно решать актуальные проблемы горожан и способствовать их вовлечению в процессе управления. Результатом цифровизации становится инклюзивность, социальная активность жителей городов и улучшение качества их жизни. Также мы хотим подтвердить свою приверженность экологическому планированию и рациональному использованию природных ресурсов. Среди важных проблем, с которыми сталкиваются местные власти, Евразийское отделение ОГМВ выделяет глобальное потепление, подвергающее серьезному испытанию жилье, базовую инфраструктуру, экономическую деятельность, урбанизацию, формирующую все большую общественную потребность в услугах, утилизацию и переработку твердых бытовых отходов, наносящих вред экологии и здоровью человека. Проблема климатических изменений также имеет большое значение для местных властей Евразии. Важно содействовать отражению местных и региональных приоритетов в области климата в заявлениях на мировом уровне и претворять в жизнь климатическую повестку дня. Чтобы наши голоса были услышаны на мировом уровне, нужно выстраивать диалог с национальными властями. Поэтому мы всецело разделяем идею о состоятельности многоуровневого управления. Усиление голоса местных и региональных властей в мировом муниципальном движении в решении глобальных вопросов, развитие межмуниципального сотрудничества, разработка инициатив, направленных на обмен опытом, содействие культурному обмену – все это и есть наши приоритеты. Мы, местные и региональные власти, твердо намерены внести свой вклад в устойчивую и глубокую трансформацию наших сообществ. Только вместе и общими усилиями мы сможем сделать мир лучше, чище, комфортнее и устойчивее. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor of Kazan. Then now I would like to give the floor to Latin America, the Mayor of San Jose, Mayor Araya.
Muy buenas tardes nuevamente a todos los miembros de esta asamblea y a la presidencia. Las ciudades y las comunidades, los gobiernos locales de la región latinoamericana atraviesan, al igual que otras regiones del mundo, hoy escenarios extremadamente complejos. Esos escenarios políticos, económicos y sociales marcan la actuación y el tamaño de la responsabilidad que han de asumir permanentemente los líderes de las ciudades en los 33 países de la región latinoamericana. Las debilidades estructurales que la historia ha generado en el ámbito local dificultan enormemente su eficacia y su capacidad de respuesta. Por ello, es especialmente valiosa la necesidad de actuar de forma concertada y gremial, promover diálogos de alto nivel para identificar las soluciones más estructuradas y trabajar en la concertación de alianzas nacionales, regionales e internacionales, poner en práctica el multilateralismo como el mejor camino en la gestión de los gobiernos locales y de las organizaciones que nos representan. Creemos en la diplomacia local y las alianzas internacionales que promueven soluciones concretas a las comunidades locales, que es imperativo un diálogo estructurado de alto nivel para una acción más concertada y efectiva, y que es nuestra responsabilidad asumir acuerdos y líneas de acción orientadas a objetivos trascendentes. Por ello, acudimos a 3 convicciones que nos movilizan. 1, la unidad en nuestra actuación. 2, que este Congreso debe lograr un clima de renovación con la elección de nuestro liderazgo mundial. 3, que el movimiento municipalista internacional debe servir con eficacia a las problemáticas concretas que viven las comunidades locales en cada región y en cada país. Para lograrlo, hemos definido 12 prioridades. Eje personas, combate a la pobreza y a la desigualdad, acrecentada de manera dramática con la pandemia del COVID-19. 2. Economías locales dinámicas y generadoras de oportunidades. 3. Respeto a los derechos humanos, promoción de la igualdad de género, diversidades y derechos a las personas vulnerables. 4. Políticas de Estado en favor de migrantes, mujeres y jóvenes. Eje planeta. Gobiernos locales alineados a los ODS y a la nueva agenda urbana, con acciones efectivas para enfrentar las dramáticas consecuencias que están teniendo en casi todas las ciudades del mundo el cambio climático. 6. Construir ciudades sostenibles, resilientes e inclusivas. 7. Justicia climática con responsabilidades comunes y diferenciadas. Eje gobierno. 8. Descentralización efectiva y urgente. 9. Reformas nacionales para poner a las ciudades en el centro. 10. Financiamiento a la vida local y equidad tributaria para mejorar los servicios públicos. 11. Fortalecer las estructuras asociativas de los gobiernos locales. Y 12. Alto a la corrupción y transparencia en la función pública. Hemos logrado así avances y tenemos logros en ámbitos como el trabajo asociativo o gremial, la formación, capacitación e investigación, la representación e interlocución política nacional, el impulso de políticas para el desarrollo local o la cooperación y asistencia técnica. También hemos implementado iniciativas orientadas a cabildear reformas y fortalecer la relación con gobiernos y congresos nacionales, interlocución con organismos multilaterales, concertación con entidades privadas, ONGs y la sociedad civil, colaboración horizontal entre asociaciones y ciudades o identificar financiamiento para ciudades y proyectos locales. La sección latinoamericana ha desarrollado actividades orientadas a interactuar con los procesos internacionales, tales como la participación en los foros de alto nivel de Naciones Unidas, el acompañamiento a procesos como las COP, los foros de ciudades intermedias, encuentros sobre migraciones o los foros políticos para el desarrollo de la Unión Europea y el fomento de la relación con organismos continentales como la OEA, CEPAL, ONU Habitat o CEGIP. Para el futuro, los latinoamericanos proponemos una ruta donde nuestro trabajo y protagonismo internacional haga posible diferentes y mejores escenarios de desarrollo en el ámbito local. Con fuerza, queremos declarar que hoy es vital asumir dos compromisos que los líderes locales tenemos la responsabilidad de poner en el centro de toda nuestra agenda y nuestra preocupación. 1. La construcción de un poderoso sistema que haga de cada ciudad una ciudad educadora y que cada estrategia local propicie acciones y espacios educativos en nuestras comunidades. Reconocemos que la educación es el principal factor de movilidad social que pueden tener todos los pueblos del mundo. Y 2, la relevancia del papel de los gobiernos locales para articular en nuestros territorios, en la vida de los ciudadanos, cualquier política pública global o nacional, para lo que es fundamental dotar de las capacidades, competencias políticas, financieras e institucionales a cada comunidad, ciudad o metrópoli. La urgencia de enfrentar con eficacia las crisis globales, climáticas, sanitaria, económica, nos ofrecen un momento propicio para potenciar el debate y acuerdo entre el papel relevante de los gobiernos locales ante esos desafíos hacia el futuro. El fin de la pandemia ofrece por ello la oportunidad de un relanzamiento de nuestra agenda y de impulso de nuestro organismo mundial en los foros internacionales. Por ello, desde Latinoamérica tenemos la visión de que la CLGU como una organización descentralizada que fortalece a sus regiones y a sus secciones para ser consecuente con nuestro discurso de fortalecimiento de la vida local. Tenemos confianza en que el futuro de la CGLU amplíe su incidencia, las regiones y redoble su estructura de representación de abajo hacia arriba, alentando la fuerza de las organizaciones regionales y nacionales que somos su base territorial. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear friend and colleague, Mayor Araya of San Jose. Now I would like to give the floor to the Mayor of Bogota, the President of Metropolis. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Dear friends of UCLG, it's a great pleasure to have you all here to rejoin together in person after 2 years of pandemic and isolation. On behalf of Metropolis, one of the organizations that belong to the UCLG family, I want to express a message coming from the cities, municipalities, regions, who work every day to take care of their own people in a time of multiple crises. We are probably the only species on this earth that self-threat their members with extinction by these own actions. Whether it is war or climate action, are we, human beings, the ones who are causing these troubles to our own people and the ones who can stop it? UCLG was born on a call for peace more than 100 years ago. And 110 years after, we are reunited under the same call. Let's be clear, none of the purposes of our governments are possible under the face of threat and war and destruction. The call for peace is now more important than ever. And how do we get peace then? Is the great question of our time, in the same way that it was the great question for the first meeting of UCLG in 1913. Only by caring to our people, only human beings that are empathic, that can feel with other members of their community, that can act in solidarity, that can care, will build peace. Only accountable governments, regardless of the specific form of government, can build peace. Caring and sustainability are probably the most important words in our time. Caring for people, particularly for children, youth, and women, is the crucial factor to keep our societies together, to face the challenges we are facing now. Caring for women. Women are more than half of the world's population, in each of our cities, in each of our countries. But women carry disproportionately unpaid care work that prevent them from getting education, getting jobs, getting inclusion, getting voice. Caring for children who again are facing the threat of war, of abuse, of violence. Caring for youth who are claiming everywhere, every city, opportunities of education, of inclusion. Caring for children, youth, and women are the crucial challenges, social challenge of our time. Only if we care for the people, there will be citizens who can hold accountable our governments. Only if we care for our people, there will be citizens that care for democratic sustainability of peace. Only accountable governments hold peace and care. Forms of government who are not even accountable to its own people won't care for any other country's citizens. The Paris Agreement, or the SDGs, or the new urban agenda only will be held globally if at the local government level we have care, we have citizens, and we have accountable governments. That's the recipe for peace. It was the recipe 110 years ago, and it's still the recipe today. So from Metropolis, we want to call you all to empathic, collective, local to global action, to care for our people, to care for accountable governments, to care for our planet, and to care for peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear President. Then now I would like to give the floor to the Secretary of NORAM, the President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We have to watch the time, of course, but that has nothing to do with you, but with us all. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous, dobre ranek, and konnichiwa. As the President of the North American section and the President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, it's my honor to be here following the strong leadership of my Canadian colleagues. Friends, after the past few years, we've experienced firsthand, we know that inclusion, fairness, and social justice do not happen organically. In fact, we have witnessed far too many times traditional power structures revert back to the paths of familiarity, which results in the division and the current situation in which we reside. For local governments and municipalities to truly transform and create the communities of the future that our children deserve, business as usual is not the path forward. We must be intentional about the change that we desire, and as Madam Bhatia of UN Women explained to us yesterday, it will take 268 years to achieve parity if we do not change the way that we are moving forward. Therefore, in Canada, with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and NORAM, we have an inherent duty, an explicit mandate to embody inclusivity, foster public governance that addresses these issues. We want to build equitable gender representation, address the challenges of climate, leading by example in front, encouraging the aspirations of our citizens, and putting communities at the forefront, leading by example, creating infrastructure, both in physical as well as policy, that creates the cities and communities that we desire. It is continually on my heart and on my mind, ensuring that Canadians, no matter their gender, ethnicity, religion, language, are enabled and supported and empowered by the decisions that we make. Therefore, at NORAM, we want to thank our friends and our partners gathered here today who both in word and in deed truly embody the power of we. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then I would like to give the floor to the President, President Pablo Jurado of the Forum of Regions.
Estamos convocados para hablar de personas del planeta y del gobierno. En definitiva, estamos convocados para hablar de la vida. Hemos escuchado hablar de solidaridad, hablar de valores, y creo que entre esos valores, sin duda, el último patrimonio que pierda la humanidad tiene que ser la gratitud. Por eso, el pedido para aquellas personas que no somos visibles, pero que están haciendo todo lo posible para que este evento obviamente tenga el éxito esperado. Para todo ese equipo de hombres y mujeres de CGLU que en silencio trabajan por nosotros, para nosotros y con nosotros. Creo que ellos se merecen un fuerte aplauso, así como nuestros dignatarios que igualmente ayer nos dieron los informes respectivos de los quienes nos sentimos orgullosos de nuestras autoridades, de nuestro secretariado general que hace todo lo posible por el bienestar. Hoy en Daejeon, Corea del Sur, que igualmente en días anteriores ya aplaudimos esa condición de buenos anfitriones y que nos iremos con ese enorme recuerdo de haber conocido una ciudad ordenada, un pueblo generoso, un pueblo disciplinado, del que en nuestros territorios también quisiéramos aprender para surgir tan rápido como ha sufrido este hermoso país. Autoridades locales y regionales presentes en la Asamblea General en esta hermosa ciudad de Daejeon que nos acoge con cariño. Como es de conocimiento de todos y todas, los consejos políticos desde su creación en el 2017 han sido dinamizadores de las prioridades estratégicas de CGLU, con el fin de mejorar la apropiación y el debate político en el seno de la organización. Han cumplido un rol dinamizador de consulta y promoción para alcanzar un sólido compromiso político de todos sus miembros, facilitando también el diálogo con la sociedad civil organizada a través de los ejes Asamblea y Cabildo Público. El Consejo Político sobre Gobernanza Territorial y Multinivel y Financiación Sostenible, de la cual soy copresidente, conjuntamente con Nuria Marín, alcaldesa del Hospitalet de Llobregat y presidenta del Consejo Provincial de Barcelona, cuenta con la participación de 11 consejeros políticos. Tiene como objetivo impulsar una gobernanza territorial y multinivel efectiva, así como replantear y fortalecer los sistemas de financiación subnacionales y públicos para reconciliar la financiación con la sostenibilidad. El Consejo Político, desde su creación, ha abordado el concepto de desarrollo territorial integral, prestando especial atención a la gobernanza, la descentralización y la cohesión territorial, para lo cual ha contado con el apoyo de las investigaciones realizadas por el Observatorio Global sobre Democracia Local y Descentralización, así como de la localización de la financiación para un desarrollo sostenible de las agendas mundiales mediante la presentación de los informes voluntarios por parte de los gobiernos locales y regionales. Informes que han contribuido a que CGLU plantee la creación de un panel internacional sobre financiación sostenible. El Consejo Político sobre Gobernanza Territorial y Multinivel y Financiación Sostenible, en su reunión de febrero del 2021, estableció que la agenda del Consejo se centraría en un acceso a la financiación local y medidas de emergencia, así como en cambios en la gobernanza y la cogobernanza. Se subrayó la importancia de mantener una relación simbiótica entre las diferentes esferas de gobierno, basada en los principios de subsidiariedad y proporcionalidad, y también en mecanismos de cogobernanza. Se hizo hincapié en tratar la simbiosis rural-urbana y el enfoque territorial como bases importantes para lograr cambios demográficos, la división digital, así como garantizar la cohesión mediante el trabajo con el marco de sistemas de ciudades. Se consideró clave fortalecer la incidencia política de los gobiernos locales y regionales hacia las esferas nacional e internacional, con recomendaciones prácticas y análisis elaborados a partir de datos en el tema de la localización de la financiación para un desarrollo sostenible. También se estimó imprescindible favorecer y desarrollar nuevas asociaciones de múltiples partes interesadas que implicarán gobiernos nacionales y el sector privado para crear un ambiente adecuado a las ciudades y regiones a fin de impulsar la financiación. Se valoró la necesidad de reinventar la gobernanza desde la perspectiva de emergencias crecientes, considerando las lecciones de la iniciativa de gobernanza de emergencia para ciudades y regiones, liderada de forma conjunta por CGLU, Metrópolis. En Octubre Urbano y el Consejo Político, el Consejo en el marco de Octubre Urbano introdujo temas de vital importancia para el desarrollo del Pacto para el Futuro de CGLU. Se abordó la necesidad de garantizar los recursos financieros a gobiernos locales y regionales que sufrieron en la pandemia del COVID-19, subrayando la necesidad de que la financiación llegue a ciudades intermedias y más pequeñas a fin de seguir proporcionando infraestructura indispensable para servicios básicos y de renovar marcos impositivos para garantizar una distribución más justa de la riqueza y un entorno más saludable para la prestación de servicios. También se identificaron los vínculos imprescindibles con los otros consejos políticos, en concreto el de oportunidades para todos, cultura y diplomacia ciudadana, subrayando la relación intrínseca entre la gobernanza multinivel y la cooperación para el desarrollo. Es clave proteger y promover la democracia local en contextos políticos complejos, puesto que el fracaso de la democracia evoca el fracaso de la gobernanza local. Las acciones locales deben estar vinculadas con los retos diarios de nuestras comunidades para lograr la transformación, situando a las personas en el centro de la acción social. Dentro del Pacto para el Futuro de CGLU, consideramos que el Consejo Político tiene un papel decisivo para contribuir en el eje gobierno del Pacto para el Futuro, pero también para relacionar varios aspectos del eje personas y el planeta. En septiembre del 2022, el Consejo Político sobre Gobernanza Multinivel y Financiación Sostenible se reunió con los cabildos públicos de confianza y gobierno y clima y cultura para ofrecer una valoración sobre sus documentos políticos y reflexionar sobre las cuestiones de la cooperación descentralizada y la financiación sostenible. Estamos convencidos que el Consejo Político sobre Gobernanza Territorial y Multinivel y Financiación Sostenible seguirá promoviendo la co-creación y la política y elaboración de decisiones verdaderamente inclusivas como condiciones indispensables para una descentralización y una gobernanza multinivel. Ejercerá un papel decisivo en el impulso de la revitalización del sistema multilateral que tiene a los gobiernos locales y regionales en la mesa de toma de decisiones y el fortalecimiento de una financiación local sostenible como pilar fundamental. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Gracias, Pablo. And then I would like to give the floor to the representative Aspect, the president of the Municipalities Association of Nepal. Yes. Go ahead.
Namaste. Chairperson, UCLG President, Co-Presidents, dear UCD members, and ladies and gentlemen. UCLG ASPAC Manifesto 2021-2025, implemented by UCLG ASPAC committees services as the framework of policies and the strategic to address the challenges. 2021 should see the economical recovery in Asia and the Pacific with overall economical growth estimated at 7.1% and the projected growth of 4.5% of 2022. However, in terms of the global agenda, the region is not a track of the achieve any of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Furthermore, despite local governments being at the forefront of the SDGs implementation, the level of involvement of the local government is the voluntary national review (VNR) process dropped from 33% in 2016-2021 to 25% in the 2022. Doubling as the most disaster-prone region in the world, natural disaster in Asia, the Pacific affected 6.9 billion people and killed more than 2 million from 1970 to 2022. This becomes more complex the climate change and the region, reporting a 0.2 degrees Celsius warmer temperature from 2015 to 2019 than the various 5 years period. In addition to the continuous urbanization of city, the increasing intensity and the frequency of nature disaster, emerging variants of the COVID-19 and the unstable geopolitical situation threaten economy and the development progress in this region. COVID-19 spread the e-governance in the region. There is also to ensure people to digital right. The complexity and the intensity of the disaster in Asia Pacific is the challenges under the planet axis with the need for ensure and the resilience system are co-created following in whole of the society approach and the need for urgent climate action and finance. Challenges in the localization of the global agenda resonate with the government axis given the need for the inclusive multi-level governance. UCLG EXPAC and the UCLG supported the development of the voluntary subnational review, BSR in Pakistan, Philippines, and Sri Lanka built upon the success of the VNR Nepal. My city, Dhulikhel, is the first city of the Nepal, and Indonesia and the voluntary local review, VLR of Jakarta, following the success of the VLR. Surabaya is first VLR in the country, which has been included in the VLR Indonesia. UCLG EXPAC services as the secretary in the AMF, the only local government network accredited and associated entity with ASEAN AMF supports ASEAN vision and regional cooperation. Finally, I recommended key recommendation and action by the international, local, and regional government movement. Equip mayor and local government officials with knowledge on global agenda, increase local government access to financial resources that enable initiative of localization of SDG, COVID-19 recovery, disaster risk reduction, and climate action. There is need to link the action plan with financial resources and implementation, explore mechanism that can institutionalize synergy between the VNR, VSR, and VLR, link climate agenda and the disaster risk reduction, and promote horizontal and vertical integration, emphasis local action the importance to understanding the risks, developing and resilient strategy, strengthening the local solidarity in crisis and the build back better, continually, or the central government to provide good enabling environment for cities and local government. Thank you, namaste.
Thank you very much, dear President. Thank you all, dear colleagues from all sections, for your contributions to the Assembly track. And I invite the General Assembly to take note of the outcomes of this track and to mandate the World Secretariat and the sections to use this feedback in the work plans, the working plans. We go over to item 2.2, the Town Hall track. And this is a space for dialogue and interaction with civil society. This year, the town halls focused on the global commons, trust and government, caring systems, and climate and culture. I would like to give the floor to Greg Monroe, Director of Cities Alliance. Greg, where are you?
UCLG President,
Yes.
Secretary General, and members. The town hall process has included some very broad consultation with civil society, and by its very design has been a very inclusive process. Yesterday, we had the town hall track on the caring systems with our local and regional government, political leaders and civil society, all talking and giving examples of implementation of some of the recommendations that have come out of the town hall process. Just a foundation message that has come out is that, for example, when you talk about caring systems, we are not talking about health care and welfare care. We're talking about an ecosystem of local and regional government. A local and regional government system that drives social and structural transformation focused on equitable and inclusive provision and access to public services and infrastructure. And this requires a new social contract with renewed public trust and community ties. The system contributes to human empowerment, helping to provide an inclusive legal framework that enables individuals and communities to act on their own behalf. It is an enabling process. A city that cares fulfills its obligations to human rights and addresses the needs and aspirations of all those who live in it, including, but not limited to, young people, minorities, older people, migrants, women, and people living with disabilities. A new social contract involves both public-public and people-public collaboration and is based on respect for human and workers' rights, the environment, and will build trust, care for the society, care for climate, care for the environment, and create common good. It has the potential to generate productive and decent work and quality employment conditions for many. The current overwhelming over-reliance on low-paid or unpaid care work of women and older people makes action on the progressive reform of systems of governance levels an urgent matter of equality, fairness, and non-discrimination. There are 5 key recommendations, which I would just like to summarize each one in one sentence. Recommendation 1, we need to include and prioritize the informal and the most marginalized. These people who are the most marginalized are very often in a situation of vulnerability because of the environment and because of the lack of inclusion. Number 2, we need to foster development from the bottom up and support collaborative approaches to governance and delivery. Number 3, we need to invest in accessible technology advances to allow people to access essential services. Number 4, we need to care for people and the environment and promote a just transition. And finally, number 5, we need to ensure that public services are publicly funded, delivered and regulated by public institutions that work on a public good approach. These recommendations are therefore submitted to the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And it was interesting to hear the definition of caring system. It was wisely put. And there were some people very satisfied you did. So I would now like to give the floor to Sofia Torres of the right to the city. Go ahead.
And dear President, dear Secretary General, thank you. I'm Sofia Torres from the Global Platform for the Right to the City. I would like to start by thanking UCLG for the sustained collaboration and commitment to truly work together. This has been a process of many years, but it has definitely been accelerated and consolidated ahead of this World Congress. Parting from the COVID emergency and the evidence of the capacity of response by local and regional governments and civil society as frontline respondents, our town hall was tasked at looking at the new essentials for a dignified life for all in the present and future, and how these essentials should be protected through renewed collaborative arrangements so they can be truly accessible to all. These essentials are the commons: housing, public services, food systems, public spaces, culture, the internet, among others. They are material and immaterial goods, resources, services, and social practices that are considered fundamental for the reproduction of life and thus cannot be commodified and have to be taken care and managed in a collective way under democratic principles of direct participation, radical inclusion, and intersectional equity and justice. Local and regional governments have a tremendous potential on leading the message and practice around the protection of the commons and their collective management along civil society. We call local and regional governments to respect, protect, and realize the commons under an approach that is intrinsically feminist, anti-racist, anti-ableist, anti-ageist, intergenerational, and allied with the emancipation and autonomy of those traditionally marginalized and excluded. But we also call local and regional governments to recognize and build upon the potential that those collective management arrangements that we define as commoning can have in leading a deep transformation on how, in terms of how cities are governed, how decisions are made, and how policies are conceived and implemented. Commoning as a strategy should be at the core of a renewed social contract. UCLG and the constituency reunited here today should be a central part of that. We are firm believers that commoning can be a key strategy and lever for advancing the vision and goals set by the Pact for the Future, delivering substantial transformation in the way that we care for each other and for the planet, and advancing towards more just and diverse cities and territories. We hope that the recommendations set by the Town Hall can set the ground for this. Finally, through the Town Hall process, UCLG has showed that cities are not only hearing, but also indeed listening. Through the Commons Town Hall, we propose to take a step forward, following the lead of civil society and local governments that are already making the step from participation and co-creation to co-management and collaboration. Building from the lessons of previous alliances, notably during the Habitat 3 process, we are convinced that this powerful partnership from the local level can be inspirational and transformational at the global level as well. From their leadership and practice around the commons, local and regional governments have an opportunity to add to the discussion on how these commons can also be protected under global partnerships and frameworks. Moreover, by setting the tone of what true collaboration and shared work means, local and regional governments and civil society can play a central role in the construction of a renewed and diverse multilateral system. The future starts now. Let's get to work together.
Thank you, Sophia. I invite the General Assembly to take note of the recommendations and conclusions of the Town Hall track. Everybody who's there, thank you very much. And to mandate the World Secretary to pursue work and collaboration with our partners in order to feed the work plan. Dear colleagues, item 3 on the agenda, reports and recommendations from the UCLG Policy Council. I propose that everybody sits down and keeps it as short as possible. Also, item 3, the policy councils have been instrumental in identifying new topics, and they have made valuable contributions to the Pact for the Future. I would like to invite now representatives from the policy councils to present the highlights, I repeat, the highlights of their work towards the Pact and the UCLG strategy. To begin with, for the policy council on the new urban agenda, dear friend and colleague Carlos Martinez, Mayor of Soria, and an envoy for the new urban agenda. Dear Carlos.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Muy buenas tardes, compañeras y compañeros. Me va a costar ser breve porque ha sido muy intenso. La verdad, la carga de trabajo y el desarrollo de las numerosas actividades que a través del Consejo Político de Agenda Urbana hemos ido desarrollando durante estos últimos meses, ¿no? Solo decir, ¿no?, que escuchando al presidente de la Alianza de Ciudades, al director de la Alianza de Ciudades, el señor Munro, hablar del contrato social, el espíritu con el que se crea el Consejo Político de Agenda Urbana ya por noviembre del 2020 es precisamente intentar territorializar ese nuevo contrato social en un nuevo contrato territorial, aplicando la máxima del desarrollo de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y la Agenda 2030 en lo que es la localización de los objetivos de desarrollo, aterrizar las acciones concretas con las que podamos mejorar la vida de la gente, salvaguardando el planeta y mejorando la vida de las personas, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, la agenda urbana es la herramienta, la palanca fundamental para la conclusión, para el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, ¿eh? Se ha hecho un trabajo de campo inicial, en una fase inicial de lanzamiento muy importante, hablando y garantizando la información y el tránsito de las buenas prácticas que se están desarrollando en distintos puntos de los distintos países y que se están llevando a cabo por los distintos gobiernos locales, intentando romper el funcionamiento de administraciones estanco para visualizar el desarrollo de una nueva gobernanza a través de una estrategia mucho más transversal que incluya a todas las administraciones, a la sociedad civil y a la academia en el desarrollo de estrategias conjuntas desde el punto de vista de los planes de acción local de cada uno de los gobiernos y también intentando escalarlos hacia arriba, ¿no?, para que las administraciones nos entiendan como interlocutores válidos y para que las instituciones, fundamentalmente también Naciones Unidas, nos vea como un socio fiable y un socio absolutamente indispensable para el cumplimiento de los objetivos 2030 y también de los objetivos que marcó la nueva agenda urbana aprobada en Quito ya hace más de 6 años, ¿no? Y en ese sentido creo que debo reflejar como un hito absolutamente, no sé, muchas veces se utiliza la palabra histórico con demasiada bueno, caprichosamente en algunas ocasiones, pero creo que sí que podemos hablar de un hito histórico, ¿no?, en el momento en el que representantes de CGLU pudimos estar presentes en la Asamblea de Naciones Unidas hablando al más alto nivel de lo que es el desarrollo y la implementación que estamos llevando a cabo, ¿no? Y en ese sentido creo que es bueno que lo planteemos y que lo recojamos, ¿no? El pacto para el futuro debe ser nuestra guía, ¿no?, la que nos oriente en los ejes fundamentales de trabajo, esos 3 ejes de paz, incluido paz, planeta, personas y gobernanza. Y la agenda urbana es la herramienta transversal para poder hacer el bienestar de las personas, el bienestar del planeta, a través de la transversalización, incluyendo a todos los territorios, ¿no? Queremos que la nueva agenda urbana, como digo, sea ese nuevo contrato territorial en el que todos nos veamos incluidos, todos los territorios, y que pueda servir para mejorar la vida de las personas a las que representamos, ¿no? Tengo una obsesión, que la agenda urbana no se vea contemplada única y exclusivamente desde el punto de vista de las grandes áreas urbanas y metropolitanas, sino que además las ciudades pequeñas e intermedias sean una pieza clave y fundamental para el desarrollo de esa agenda urbana, no olvidando al 95% del territorio ni al 60% de la población que todavía hoy vive en esas pequeñas y medianas ciudades que aspiran a tener un prometedor y una esperanza de futuro. Con ese objetivo trabajamos desde el multilateralismo, a través de la incorporación y las alianzas con el resto de entidades. Quiero recordar aquí en el marco del Congreso Mundial de Metrópolis el trabajo conjunto que hemos venido desarrollando y el resto de hitos que a lo largo de estos meses, como digo, hemos ido cumplimentando para poder seguir avanzando en el desarrollo de la misma. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, estimado Carlos. And I would like to give the floor to Philippe Rio, for the Policy Council on the Right to the City. Dear colleague Mayor, and also co-chair of the Committee on Social Inclusion. Where are you?
Merci, mesdames, messieurs, chers collègues. Le Conseil politique du droit à la ville a beaucoup nourri les débats sur le logement accessible pour toutes et tous, les migrations avec la charte de Lampedusa, les inégalités, les discriminations. Ces échanges se sont renforcés par une discussion intéressante, enrichissante, avec le bureau du Haut-Commissariat aux droits de l'homme. Les échanges avec la société civile ont permis d'aborder les questions de handicap, d'accessibilité et de féminisme. Il est une phrase importante dans l'agenda 2030 que nous avons fait commune. Ne laissez personne pour compte. Cette phrase a nourri nos réflexions et a conduit la commission Inclusion sociale, droits humains et participation que je co-préside avec notre collègue Linda Wortmann de la ville d'Utrecht à proposer une nouvelle alliance des pouvoirs locaux, un nouveau mouvement que nous avons nommé la campagne des 10, 100 et 1000 villes pour les droits humains, qui viendra donc nourrir le pacte pour le futur. Je vous annonce que nous atteindrons, durant le congrès mondial, la barre des 100 villes dans cette campagne et je vous invite toutes et tous à vous mobiliser pour rejoindre cette nouvelle alliance utile à notre mouvement et à ces GLU. Merci de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup. Now I would like to give for the Policy Council on Opportunities for All, Ms. Souad Ben Abderrahim, Mayor of Tunis. Where are you? Souad, yes, go ahead. Yes, but you can choose to do that, but you can also sit down. But please go ahead. Madame Souad.
Bonjour. Good afternoon. Hola. Hi. Assalamu alaikum. Chers amis et collègues, chers présents, mesdames et messieurs, je félicite tout d'abord les organisateurs de ce congrès et la ville de Dijon pour l'aimable accueil. Je remercie aussi les différentes commissions pour leur travail très important, très intense. Pour un avenir meilleur, pour nos pays, pour nos villes, parce que là, je peux dire qu'on ne peut jamais avoir des pays forts sans villes fortes, sans femmes fortes, sans égalité, sans éducation, sans culture, sans cadre de développement équitable, durable, ami de la nature, ami de notre planète, de l'humanité, de la paix pour tout le monde, pour l'avenir de nos enfants, des prochaines générations, pour le futur. Le Conseil politique a rassemblé des discussions autour de la violence urbaine et de la garantie des villes de paix, qui ont un lien étroit avec la question de la diplomatie des villes. Il a été également le lieu où la Charte de Rome 2020 a pu être encouragée en travaillant au renforcement des droits culturels dans le cadre plus large de notre agenda sur les mouvements droits humains. Les défis qui ont été identifiés au cours des dernières années ont permis d'orienter le Conseil politique pour les années à venir. En renforçant ces liens avec la Commission culture, en renouvelant le prix de CGLU pour la paix et en réfléchissant à ce que signifie opportunité pour tous, pour toutes et tous, dans le contexte actuel. Les résultats des discussions du Conseil politique alimenteront le contenu de pacte pour l'avenir, la stratégie renouvelée de l'organisation mondiale. L'Assemblée générale est invitée à prendre note du rapport du Conseil politique sur les opportunités pour toutes et tous, la culture et la diplomatie des villes. Le niveau local et territorial est essentiel pour repenser et remodeler le système de gouvernance en système plus inclusif, répondre à ces appels et rétablir la confiance entre les citoyens, les institutions et les communautés à tous les niveaux sont des éléments déterminants pour réaliser les agendas mondiaux. Le pacte pour l'avenir de CGLU sera basé essentiellement sur 3 axes: personnes, planète et gouvernance. L'axe sur les personnes appelées à placer les personnes au centre de tous les efforts d'élaboration des politiques. Le Conseil politique met l'accent sur des questions telles que la transparence, la responsabilité, le développement économique local qui jouent tous un rôle particulier dans la garantie des opportunités pour toutes et tous. Le Conseil politique a également apporté son point de vue sur la culture en tant que 4e pilier de développement durable en protégeant sa valeur fondamentale et en encourageant la diplomatie des villes et le dialogue comme moyen de promouvoir la paix. Priorités et objectifs renouvelés. Le Conseil politique a abordé la question de l'égalité avec beaucoup d'intérêt et souligne l'importance de l'égalité comme pilier de la construction de la paix dans nos villes et communautés. Les conseillers politiques ont souligné l'importance d'une relation symbiotique entre les différentes sphères de gouvernement basées sur les principes de subsidiarité et de proportionnalité. La prise en compte de la symbiose rurale-urbaine et l'approche territoriale comme base importante pour appréhender des changements afin de promouvoir un environnement favorable en vue d'atteindre des objectifs communs. L'importance de garantir un travail décent pour toutes et tous, de faire face aux défis de transition technologique, réfléchir à la nécessité d'élargir la notion d'opportunité pour toutes et tous pour faire face à l'accroissement des inégalités à l'ère du Covid est essentiel pour l'égalité d'accès en temps comme en moyen de favoriser l'égalité. Le Conseil politique s'est également concentré sur le dialogue intergénérationnel, tant qu'un élément vital pour aborder l'atténuation des conflits. Octobre urbain et le Conseil politique sur les opportunités pour toutes et tous, la culture et la diplomatie des villes. Là, le Conseil a introduit des sujets critiques pour le développement de pactes de CGLU pour l'avenir. Le Conseil a souligné l'importance des questions de la solidarité en lien avec l'action internationale et la coopération de développement, ainsi que la diplomatie des villes comme étant vitale pour la construction de la paix basée sur les valeurs et le dialogue approfondi. Les conseillers politiques ont abordé la crise migratoire, affirmant que ce sont les gouvernements locaux et régionaux qui sont en première ligne pour soutenir et intégrer les réfugiés, les crises humanitaires qui ne doivent pas être oubliées sur la scène internationale. Le pacte pour l'avenir de CGLU et les réunions avec les town halls. Le conseil politique de CGLU a rencontré les town halls de CGLU afin d'apprendre de la perspective des gouvernements locaux et régionaux. Le conseil politique a discuté avec les town halls sur les liens communs mondiaux et le système de soins afin de fournir un retour d'informations sur leurs documents d'orientation et de réfléchir sur les questions de l'égalité et de la paix durable. La paix pour tout le monde. Merci pour votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. Then I would like to give the floor for the Policy Council on Resilient Cities, Mr. Sami Kanan, Council of Geneva and Chair of the Working Group on Crisis. Please, go ahead.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à la coprésidence de CGLU. Merci aussi à la secrétaire générale Emilia Seitz. J'aimerais m'associer bien sûr à tous les remerciements à nos collègues de Daejeon pour l'accueil ici en Corée du Sud. C'est un énorme plaisir, c'est aussi une découverte et les conditions de travail sont excellentes. Alors j'ai l'honneur de co-présider le Conseil politique sur des villes plus sûres, résilientes, durables et capables de répondre aux crises, ensemble avec ma collègue Fatimetou Abdelmalik, président du Conseil régional de Nouakchott et président de CGLU Afrique, et mon collègue Johnny Araya, maire de San José, président de FLACMA et coprésident de CGLU. J'ai également le plaisir de présider concrètement le groupe de travail permanent de CGLU sur la prévention et la gestion territoriale des crises et de bénéficier du précieux soutien de Cité Unie France pour ce groupe, notamment de la part de Simone Giovetti. Ce groupe se réunit d'ailleurs demain matin à 10 h et vous y êtes cordialement invités. Mais je vous invite également chaleureusement à venir à la réunion annuelle du groupe qui se tiendra à Genève le 28 novembre prochain. Cette année, nous discuterons autour de la question des villes en guerre, thématique douloureuse et urgente, pas seulement en Ukraine, mais dans de trop nombreux endroits sur notre planète. Je remercie donc d'avoir la parole aujourd'hui pour faire part à l'Assemblée générale du travail qui a été effectué dans ce Conseil politique à travers le monde, et ceci malgré les restrictions dues à la crise sanitaire, et donc de faire part aussi des recommandations qui ont été formulées. La récente crise sanitaire que nous avons vécue, et que nous continuons à vivre d'ailleurs, mais toutes les autres crises que nous vivons, crise sociale, crise économique, crise alimentaire, crise écologique, ont mis plus que jamais en avant le rôle essentiel des villes et des gouvernements locaux et régionaux pour répondre aux défis de notre monde. La pandémie de Covid-19 a aussi servi d'apprentissage, car le monde est peut-être passé d'une compréhension traditionnelle de la résilience des villes et des territoires, très sectorielle et ponctuelle, basée sur la réaction en urgence à des crises, à un concept beaucoup plus large et approfondi concernant la capacité des gouvernements locaux et régionaux à répondre aux crises de manière durable et également de manière proactive. Dans sa phase initiale, le Conseil politique a tout particulièrement mis l'accent sur les éléments suivants. L'importance de la mise à disposition en continuité des services municipaux vitaux, comme l'accès à l'eau, à l'énergie, à Internet, à la mobilité, à la nourriture, même en cas de crise. Deuxièmement, l'importance des questions économiques et d'assurer la continuité de l'activité économique et de préserver sa durabilité afin de préserver les emplois et éviter ainsi une précarisation accrue de la population. Troisièmement, bien sûr, l'urgence climatique mondiale, dont les impacts très concrets se font sentir plus particulièrement dans les zones urbaines. Quatrièmement, et en tant que maire de Genève, je suis bien placé pour le dire, la nécessité de coordonner les efforts des gouvernements locaux, des collectivités territoriales, avec les organisations internationales et les agences humanitaires, afin de mieux se préparer et de mieux répondre aux crises, non seulement sur la gestion des crises dans l'urgence, mais aussi dans les leçons à en déduire, l'apprentissage, pour améliorer les sorties de crise et la résilience à plus long terme. Et enfin, le rôle essentiel du transport et de la mobilité dans le territoire, ainsi que le besoin de se tourner vers des solutions basées sur le respect de la nature et de l'environnement, et donc des infrastructures vertes. Dès lors, la contribution de notre Conseil politique au pacte pour l'avenir, nous recommandons de transformer complètement notre rapport collectif à la nature et, pour les gouvernements locaux et régionaux, de travailler en direction d'une transition écologique réelle qui, à la fois, préserve la biodiversité et réduit les inégalités sociales et économiques. Deuxièmement, de bâtir des villes résilientes et durables, en particulier en redéfinissant les modèles de production et de consommation durables, circulaires, régénératifs et de proximité. Et troisièmement, de faire face à l'urgence climatique grâce notamment au système d'énergie alternative et durable. Je vous remercie infiniment de votre attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the reports. There's been a lot of work, I'm sure, but we'll be inspired again. And I invite the General Assembly to take note of them and to mandate the policy councils to pursue their work in view of the implementation of the Pact for the Future. Then I would like to turn to item 4, the UCLG Peace Prize, and I'm going to the stand.
Yes, you should.
We now turn, dear friends, to an item that is even more especially dear to my heart, the UCLG Peace Prize. As you know, this prize recognizes local governments that implement strong initiatives in ensuring peace in their communities. The prize contributes to the acknowledgement of this important but often overlooked role of local governments as peace-building actors. We will now have the award ceremony of the third, it will be brief, of the third edition of this prize to celebrate the winner. We will start with a video showing our exceptional finalists while their representatives come forward to the stage. Finalists, please come forward to the stage. I think this is the stage. I also invite the President of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, Councillor Beke Stofile, to come forward to the stage as key partners of the award, and we will award the prize together.
The UCLG Peace Prize is awarded every 3 years to a local or regional government that implements an effective initiative to promote peace. This year, the finalists are Mersin, Meshiha, Monterrey, Palmyra, and Recife. Mersin, Turkey, developed the Social Cohesion Center to support integration, intercultural learning, and peace education. Meshiha, Burundi, supported the development of youth into responsible and trustworthy members of society through growing peace clubs in schools. Monterrey, Mexico, reduced youth recruitment by criminal groups through helping teenagers dealing with trauma by offering psychosocial support and socio-productive workshops. Palmyra, Colombia, implemented a comprehensive approach to violence prevention, focused on working with youth through the Pesos project. Recife, Brazil, promoted citizenship, human rights, a culture of peace, and access to justice in disadvantaged areas through Compass Community Peace Centers. Today in Daejeon, we announce the winner of these exceptional finalists.
The jury of the prize has requested us to explicitly mention that all of our finalists have the qualities of a winner. All finalists showcased creativity, persistence, and innovation, facing difficult challenges. And all of them also have specific attention for youth as the future of our communities. Yet while we celebrate them all, we can have only one winner of the prize. We can only hand over the award to one representative. And the jury has given us their decision. It is my pleasure, it is our pleasure to announce that the winner of the 2022 UCLG Peace Prize is the municipality of Palmyra. Thank you. Mayor Escobar, you're an inspiration to us all. Please say a few words. A few.
Well, I'm a little worried about taking this to the plane in 35-hour trip. But I want to, of course, greet this wonderful assembly of the United Cities and Local Governments World Organization. My name is Oscar Escobar. I am the mayor of the city of Palmira in Colombia, and I'm also the president of the Association of Intermediate Cities of Colombia. I am very proud to receive this award today in the name of the citizens of Palmira. I want to emphasize, though, that this is yet another contribution of the international community to the peace in Colombia, a country that has suffered violence for too long. However, most of the efforts for peace in Colombia has to do with guerrillas, has to do with rural areas, has to do with a lot of things that really didn't impact a city like Palmira that has suffered from urban violence. A city like mine is so many times away from the big speeches or the big headlines. However, it is really grateful for me to be able to impact the life directly of more than 350,000 citizens in our city. The strategy that is being awarded today is called PASOS, which in Spanish is Paz y Oportunidades, peace and opportunities, especially for young people. And this has allowed us to first gain confidence of young people who is very much bored and disappointed in governments. And of course, what we want to do with this program and what we have been doing is help them find alternative life paths for them and for their families. Paths of life that hopefully are very much away from the claws of micro-trafficking organizations and into the hope of new opportunities around learning arts and crafts that will lead them to employment, entrepreneurship, but most important of all, that has led them, for many of them, in the first time, to believe in themselves. This has been possible thanks to the cooperation, the trust of many different agencies, levels of government, and also working closely with the private sector, achieving results such as the lowest homicide rate in Palmira in the last 17 years, which is the period of time in which we have comparable and good data. The happiness right now for winning this prize is very much difficult to put in words, but I want to say that this recognition, of course, this money is going to be very important to improve our program, but I want to let you know that I am going to use this prize as leverage with the new national government in order to increase funding for our program and hopefully keep changing the lives and saving lives of a lot of young people in Colombia. I want to say goodbye, thanking very much UCLG, VNG, Salga, and the city of Dajeon for this wonderful opportunity. And thanks also for the Peace in Our Cities, which is the network that we have been participating for the last 2 years and gathers the cities that have that goal of halving violence by 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And when you hear this, young mayor, I would say the words, dear members of the General Assembly, tell your experiences, and all the finalists, they have stories, and they inspire us all. I would like to give the floor to the Secretary General to tell us how the situation is, time-wise.
And you are wondering what about. And it is what we are proposing is to do a 5-minute break. And then we will either we will resume and explain to you what the electoral process will be like. we need some time to finalize details about the electoral process. So we will do a 5-minute break and then we will come back. If 5 minutes is not enough, you are still invited to come back to start with the plenary on Planet, and we will inform about the electoral process after that. So in any case, either we come back and inform about the electoral process, we end, and then we continue with the program of the plenary, or we come back and start with the plenary a bit sooner. 5 minutes.
Good morning, good day, or good evening, wherever in the world you are taking part in this.
Local democracy is at the core of who we are as a movement.
Local and regional government can actually be the leader in making sure that feminist principles are embedded.
We believe that development needs to be inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. It needs to respond to the needs of our communities, of our planet.
Parce que nous sommes appelés à réfléchir constamment sur comment on peut venir aux besoins de ces populations.
Zamanımızın en büyük krizlerle başa çıkmak adına yetki alanlarımızı aşan zorlukları ele alabilmek için daha fazla bölgesel koordinasyona ihtiyacımız var.
新冠疫情爆发后，许多城市与我们守望相助，风雨同舟，践行了合作、开放、包容、共享的城市文化理念。
Nuestra organización mundial está lista para trabajar por un futuro renovado que tienda puentes sobre las comunidades y las personas, que nos ponga en armonía con nuestro planeta y que recupere la confianza con los gobiernos.
We need to address the renewal of the multilateral system.
The United Nations needs to learn about your vision, work and experience.
La columna vertebral del Pacto Futuro tiene que ver con la manera como preparamos a nuestras y nuestros ciudadanos para enfrentar mejor un mundo incierto.
Sabemos los grandes retos que tiene el mundo y entendemos que muchos de esos retos se tienen que resolver localmente.
Todos y todas merecen igualdad de oportunidades, igualdad de derechos, igualdad de libertades en nuestras ciudades.
The local space is the perfect place to connect the dots.
Women as political agents of change in communities must be empowered.
Я уверен, что вместе мы справимся.
At the time when the COVID is coming to an end, cities and local governments are tasked to drive recovery.
Pour que la reprise fonctionne, il faudra renforcer l'accès universel aux services publics, les services essentiels.
You are the most democratic institution of governance in the world, united across cities and local governments.
Welcome to the home of local multilateralism. Welcome to United Cities and Local Governments. Welcome to Daejeon. Multilateralism. I know that all of you are very excited about the electoral process and that you want to hear more about it. But what we are starting now, and I am asking you to take your seats while saying hello to the participants online. Around 100 people are following us over there. Many of our members are connected. Is the plenary for the Pact for the Future on Planet. Is our plenary consultation on planet. That's what we're going to talk about. Because electoral processes are very important, but the work of the organization needs to continue. If you need to talk with someone, I would ask you to leave the room and let us focus now on the discussion that we want to have about changing our relationship with the planet, about considering the planet as part of our humanity and not simply as a resource. We need to change the way that we relate to natural resources. We need to change the way that we produce, the way that we consume. That change of model is what we call the ecological transformation. And we think here in the home of local multilateralism, local and regional governments have a critical role to play. As you know, the Pact for the Future of Humanity is the input that United Cities and local governments, together with the Global Task Force, would like to provide to the United Nations Summit for the Future that is going to take place in 2024. A full-fledged commitment visionary statement, but also actionable strategy that we would like all of you to consider. Today, we are putting the planet axis to discussion, although we know that very long conversations have already taken place throughout the past 2 years. I am particularly happy to see that we have with us some of our most critical sister organizations. As I said yesterday, CLGF and ICLEI are the founding mothers and fathers of our global task force, and I am very happy to have with us for this axis Gino van Begin, the Secretary General of ICLEI. Welcome, Gino. It's a true honor to have you with us. ICLEI, as you know, is leading the work for local and regional governments in our conversations with the multilateral system around the environment, and is heading our major group talking to the COP. So it is very important that we have him with us. We also have the minister from Egypt that is going to be welcoming the COP. So I think all the actors around the table are the critical thinking mess that we need. I'm going to, run you again. Yesterday we had the consultation on people, and as you know, these consultations are structured in the following way. We have a visionary speech that summarizes what we have been discussing around the Pact for the Future. Then we have a segment where we invite our partners to provide their inputs, and then we provide local and regional government to provide their feedback and their aspirations around the pact. Those are the three segments, and we finalize with a wrap-up, of course, and all of this goes for approval tomorrow at our World Council. So without further delay, I would like to invite my sister, the President of United Cities Africa, and the first female president of the region of Nouakchott in Mauritania, Fatimetou Abdel Malik, to summarize our vision.
Merci beaucoup. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على النبي الكريم. Chers collègues, chers amis, le fait qu'alors le monde dépasse ses limites planétaires, des milliards de personnes n'ont toujours pas accès aux services les plus élémentaires dont réfléchir. Ces exclusions ne sont pas une réalité inévitable. Elles sont le résultat d'un choix politique conscient et non d'un manque de ressources. Nos systèmes actuels de consommation et de production sont à la fois non durables et destructeurs et à l'origine des injustices et des inégalités qui ne cessent de progresser. La pandémie de la COVID-19 nous a mis face à un scénario sans précédent. Nous avons compris, haut et fort, que l'échec n'était pas une option. Cependant, cette situation nous a également donné un sens renouvelé pour surmonter les défis interconnectés auxquels nous nous sommes confrontés. À titre d'exemple, Nouakchott, d'où je viens, capitale de la Mauritanie, quelques 50 années après sa création, notre région fait face aujourd'hui aux multiples crises environnementales. Les défis de ma ville liés aux sites très vulnérables, à l'étalement urbain ou à la spéculation foncière seront familiers à quelques-uns d'entre vous, notamment à ceux qui nous rejoignent depuis des territoires très touchés par la crise environnementale. Et pourtant, dans le moment crucial que nous vivons aujourd'hui, le besoin de transformation dépasse tout territoire particulier. Il est universel. Les villes et les régions doivent prendre soin. Nous prenons soin de notre planète. Nous prenons soin de la planète en développant une relation harmonieuse entre l'humanité et la nature qui protège l'écologie et nos écosystèmes et nos systèmes de vie. Le pacte pour la planète insiste sur la nécessité de transformer notre relation collective avec la nature et sur le fait que nous, les gouvernements locaux et régionaux, devons être le fer de lance pour une relation renouvelée avec la nature. Alors que nous avançons dans cette ère urbaine, nous devons réorganiser la planification pour soutenir des politiques de développement fondées sur la qualité de vie et le bien-être plutôt que sur les performances économiques. Mettre en communauté locale au centre de la protection de l'environnement et de la planète et prioriser la transition vers des systèmes d'énergie renouvelables. Nous devons, de toute urgence, passer de la surconsommation des ressources naturelles à la protection de la biodiversité, des océans, de la terre, des sous-sols et de l'atmosphère. Les modes actuels de production et de consommation sont à la fois destructeurs et totalement insoutenables. Nous nous dirigeons vers un avenir où nous transformons notre rapport avec la planète en prenant soin d'elle. Alors que de nouvelles menaces apparaissent, tant planétaires que sociales, nous devons nous montrer à la hauteur pour mener une transition écologique dont l'action locale et territoire est le cœur. Nos priorités sont inspirées par la contribution de nos partenaires. Nos priorités sont inspirées par les contributions de nos partenaires et seront dirigées collectivement par nos aspirations communes. Ces consultations font partie intégrale de notre pouvoir. Aujourd'hui, nous nous réunissons pour échanger et nous nous engageons dans un compromis concret pour l'avenir de la planète qui guidera nos actions en ce moment crucial. Nous avons la détermination d'être écoutés, mais aussi la responsabilité d'écouter. Chers amis et collègues, nous avons l'occasion une fois de plus, par génération, d'actionner une transformation profonde de nos sociétés et de nos systèmes pour tout simplement faire mieux. Pour tout simplement faire mieux. La consultation sur l'avenir de la planète doit être un élément crucial de cet effort commun. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President Fatimetu Abdelmalik and President of UCLG Africa, for giving us the political vision for this Pact for the Future and the commitment of local and regional governments from around the world to care for the planet. As our Secretary General Emilia Saiz was saying, our Pact for the Future has care at the center of the agenda. And from United Cities and local governments, we need to define, and this is what we have from the political vision of Madame Abdelmalik, how to care for the planet. When we talk about the climate agenda, we normally tend to go to the IPCC reports and to talk about degrees of house emission. But we normally don't care to transform our relationship where we live. And we are trying to give an approach to caring for the planet, including everything, from the care agenda to making cities resilient, to the food systems, to the oceans, but also to the poor and to women and to everything that is related to where we live. So this is the set of partners that we have today to give us their aspirations. We will start with the national government and the host of the next COP27 in Egypt, followed by a message from Mami Misutori, who is the Secretary General's envoy for disaster risk reduction, with whom we co-chair the Making Cities Resilient campaign. Then we will go to civil society and to our caucuses. The Youth Caucus and the caucus and the town hall that is related to culture and climate, linking these two agendas. And finally, to the chair of the Committee on Food Security of the United Nations. This is to build a case that we care for the planet as a whole, and that is not only a technical discussion about degrees, what we are trying to bring forward with this Pact for the Future. So having said this, it is a true pleasure for United Cities and Local Governments to welcome the Egypt Minister for Local Development, host country of COP27, Honorable Hisham Amna. Minister, the floor is yours. Please join us here.
السيدة فاطمة عبد الملك رئيسة جهة نواكشوط ورئيسة منظمة المدن والحكومات المحلية، السيدات والسادة الحضور. أولت مصر اهتماما بقضية المناخ وتداعياتها داخليا وإقليميا ودوليا، وحرصت على أن تضع قدمها على أجندة الفعاليات الدولية بتنظيمها مؤتمر قمة المناخ كاب 27 في شرم الشيخ في 7 نوفمبر القادم. ومن هذا المنطلق ترى مصر أن هذا المؤتمر فرصة لتجميع الإرادة الدولية لإنجاح هذه الدورة لمواجهة التحديات المناخية. وأود في البداية أن أشير إلى أن محور الاهتمام الدولي في العقود الماضية والذي تركز على قضايا بعينها كالإرهاب والهجرة غير الشرعية انتقل إلى قضية التغير المناخي التي ستكون محلاً للاهتمام الدولي لعقود أخرى ممتدة وقادمة، وستبقى في قلب الأجندة الدولية بوصفها التحدي الأخطر الذي تواجهه البشرية. وما دامت الأطراف الدولية جادة في مساعيها لمجابهة هذا الخطر الداهم، ومصر وكما هو حالها دائماً تقف بصلابة أمام هذا التحدي الجديد الذي بات يتهددها ودول كثيرة لتقف مدافعة عن قارتها الأفريقية الأكثر عرضة لآثار التغيرات المناخية والأقل قدرة على مجابهة تداعياتها المدمرة. ولقد وقعت مصر على اتفاقية باريس للمناخ عام 2015 ضمن 194 دولة وقعت على الاتفاق، وكانت أهم بنودها تعهد المجتمع الدولي بحصر ارتفاع درجة حرارة الأرض وإبقائها دون 2 درجات مئويتين قياساً بعصر ما قبل الثورة الصناعية، وبمتابعة الجهود لوقف ارتفاع الحرارة عند 1.5 درجة مئوية والسعي لتقليص انبعاثات الغاز المسببة للاحتباس الحراري، واتخاذ إجراءات للحد من استهلاك الطاقة والاستثمار في الطاقات البديلة وإعادة تشجير الغابات والسعي لوضع آلية مراجعة كل 5 سنوات للتعهدات الوطنية. وتعد أزمة التغيرات المناخية أكبر أزمة عالمية تواجه جميع الدول بلا استثناء، ومما لا شك فيه أن اختيار مصر لاستضافة هذا المؤتمر يمثل تقديراً لمصر ومكانتها ودعمها للدول المتضررة والإنسانية من التغيرات المناخية. فبالرغم من أن مصر من أقل دول العالم إسهاماً في انبعاثات غازات الاحتباس الحراري، إلا أنها من أكثر الدول المعرضة للمخاطر الناتجة عن تأثيرات التغيرات المناخية. ورغم ذلك اتخذت مصر عدة تدابير ومبادرات للحفاظ على البيئة، ومن بينها إطلاق فخامة رئيس الجمهورية لمبادرة زراعة 100 مليون شجرة بشوارع وعواصم المدن والمحافظات وإنشاء الحدائق العامة، تحويل السيارات للعمل بالغاز الطبيعي والكهرباء لتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية، تطهير المجاري المائية والترع، التعامل بحزم مع التعديات على الأراضي الزراعية، التوسع في استخدام الطاقة الشمسية كمصدر من الطاقة النظيفة، تطوير منظومة النظافة العامة وإدارة المخلفات الصلبة الشاملة مرحلة الجمع والنقل والمحطات الوسيطة، وتطوير مصانع تدوير القمامة وإنشاء مدافن آمنة، تغليظ القوانين لردع المخالفين من المصانع المخالفة للاشتراطات البيئية، دعم القطاع الخاص لمنع الانبعاثات الكربونية من مصانع القطاع الخاص، عمل حملات توعية مكبرة للمواطنين للحفاظ على البيئة، التوسع في المشروعات الخضراء الذكية، تطبيق الاعتبارات البيئية في تخطيط وتنفيذ المشروعات، تدريب العاملين بالإدارة المحلية على دمج الاعتبارات البيئية والعمل بها. السيدات والسادة، تنتج الدول المتقدمة أكثر من ثلث الانبعاثات الكربونية، ويجب أن نوضح بداية أن مفهوم التغير المناخي يختلف عن التلوث البيئي، فهو عبارة عن اضطراب في مناخ الأرض مع ارتفاع في درجة حرارة الأرض وتغيير كبير في الظواهر الطبيعية، مما يؤدي إلى ارتفاع منسوب المحيطات وحدوث فيضانات، كما له تأثير سلبي على الإنتاج الزراعي وانتشار أنواع من الأوبئة الجديدة والتي سوف يعاني منها العالم كله. وعلى الدول المتقدمة أن تقوم بمسؤولياتها من خلال تقديم الدعم للدول النامية المتضررة حتى تواجه تلك التغيرات المناخية. السيدات والسادة الحضور، ولما كانت مصر تمثل قارتها الأفريقية في استضافتها لهذه القمة، فما أود تأكيده أن أفريقيا مصممة على إظهار ريادتها في العمل المناخي من خلال عرض مساهمتها في الحركة العالمية للتصدي لتغيير المناخ، ودورها في تسهيل وتعبئة العمل على نطاق أوسع، ورؤيتها لمستقبل عادل ومستدام لشعبها ولسكان العالم الأوسع. ونأمل أن يكون الكاب 27 نقطة تحول، ويجتمع العالم ليظهر الإرادة السياسية اللازمة لمواجهة تحدي المناخ من خلال العمل المنسق والتعاوني والمؤثر، بس يتم ترجمة الاتفاق والتعهدات إلى مشاريع وبرامج، وأن يظهر العالم أننا جادون في العمل سوياً والارتقاء إلى مستوى المناسبة ليعمل العالم معاً من أجل الصالح العام. تعقد قمة هذا العام في سياق عالمي يتسع بتحديات متعاقبة تأتي في مقدمتها أزمة الطاقة العالمية الراهنة، وأزمة الغذاء التي تعاني الكثير من الدول النامية من تبعاتها، فضلاً عن تراكم الديون وضعف تدفقات التمويل والتأثيرات السلبية لجائحة كورونا، بالإضافة إلى المشهد السياسي المعقد الناجم عن الحرب السائدة الآن، وهو ما يضع على عاتقنا مسؤولية جسيمة كمجتمع دولي لضمان ألا تؤثر هذه الصعوبات على وتيرة تنفيذ رؤيتنا المشتركة لمواجهة تغيير المناخ التي انعكست في اتفاق باريس وتأكدت العام الماضي في جلاسكو، لا سيما وأن الدول غادرت قمة جلاسكو وشعور بالإحباط بأنه لم يتم القيام بما يكفي في هذا الإطار لتقديم التعويض عن الخسائر والأضرار والالتزامات بالتعهدات والوفاء بها. وتعتبر المرحلة التحضيرية للمؤتمر والحوار التمهيدي الحالي من أهم عوامل النجاح، آخذاً في الاعتبار أن من أهم أهداف مؤتمر المناخ هو مراجعة تنفيذ التعهدات التي تم الاتفاق عليها في المؤتمر السابق سواء للدول النامية أو المتقدمة، حيث تقوم مصر بإجراء سلسلة من اللقاءات والاجتماعات مع مختلف الأطراف لضمان الخروج بمؤتمر شامل للتنفيذ يضمن مشاركة كافة الرؤى والأطروحات والمطالب، ويقدم نماذج من مشروعات تنفيذية وقصص نجاح في مواجهة آثار تغير المناخ لتكرارها والبناء عليها. أود أن ألفت الانتباه إلى أن الأزمة الاقتصادية العالمية مع تداعيات التغيرات المناخية ضاعفت التحديات الاقتصادية بالدول النامية والأفريقية على نحو يفرض التحرك خلال قمة المناخ لاتخاذ اللازم لتحويل التعهدات الدولية إلى إجراءات تنفيذية لمساعدة هذه الدول على التكيف مع هذه الظروف الاستثنائية، بحيث يتم خفض أعباء الديون على الاقتصادات الناشئة بما يمكنها من الوفاء بمتطلبات مكافحة المتغيرات المناخية. وتحتاج الحكومات والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني إلى العمل جنباً إلى جنب لتغيير الطريقة التي نتفاعل بها مع كوكبنا. يجب علينا تقديم حلول وابتكارات جديدة تساعد في التخفيف من الآثار السلبية لتغيير المناخ. نحتاج أيضاً إلى تكرار جميع الحلول الأخرى الصديقة للمناخ والارتقاء بها بسرعة من أجل التنفيذ في البلدان النامية لإنقاذها من الآثار المدمرة للتغيرات المناخية. أيها السادة، أشكركم شكراً جزيلاً ولكم كل تحياتي مع تمنياتي بنجاح المؤتمر وشكراً.
Thank you very much, Minister. We totally agree on how meaningful it is for Africa to host a COP27 the COP, and it's going to be the 27, and how meaningful it is as well to have a minister of the host country visiting the World Congress of UCLG previous to the COP and the municipal movement. As you know, and as our Secretary General referred before, we are gathered in the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments, more than 30 organizations of cities and local governments, today represented here as well by ICLEI. And Minister, you can count with the organized constituency of cities and local governments from around the world. Having said this, I'm going to introduce now a video of Mami Misutori from UNDRR, with whom it's important to build a case that it is local and regional governments that co-chair with the United Nations the Making Cities Resilient campaign. And thousands of local and regional governments from around the world are in this campaign to resilience, and that the co-chairing is with our constituency, again, gathered in the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. Now it is United Cities and Local Governments, our Secretary General, who holds the co-chairing, but this will be permanent and it will change every 2 years. So please, colleagues, if we can see the message from Mami Misutori.
I would like to thank United Cities and Local Governments, UCLG, for this opportunity to speak at your World Summit and to be part of this important session on the future of the planet. Nature and disasters are linked by human action. When we degrade ecosystems, we are creating the conditions that lead to disasters, floods, droughts, and landslides, and more. And we have witnessed that a single disaster can wipe away decades of development gains, as in the most recent case of climate carnage in Pakistan. The good news is that there is strong evidence that local and regional governments that invest in disaster risk reduction can protect both their citizens and their ecosystems. The opportunity to scale up the resilience dividend by enhanced local action is why my organization, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, worked with UCLG and other partners to launch Making Cities Resilient 2030, MCR 2030. MCR 2030 is a global collaboration that supports local governments to strengthen their climate and disaster resilience and leave no municipality behind in this ambition. Already, this initiative has mobilized more than 1,350 local governments covering a combined population of over 380 million. The reach and impact of MCR 2030 are growing day by day. MCR 2030 has recognized these local governments which have reached a high level of resilience as resilience hubs for their leadership in disaster risk reduction, including their efforts to transform their relationship with nature. Let me refer to just 2 examples of MCR 2030 resilience hubs in action in synergy with our planet. First, Great Manchester in the UK, which is prioritizing the development of green spaces and waterways that are both attractive and protective in equal measures. In January 2021, the city's green pastures slowed runoff from the heavy rainfall of Storm Christoph that otherwise could have threatened the city's flood defenses. Second, the metropolitan city of Incheon, here in the Republic of Korea, which is creating a series of new parks and extending the number of shaded streets to mitigate the increasing frequency of extreme heat. The aim is to plant 30 million trees in the coming years. These are the kind of actions that we must scale up in cities around the world to correct our relationship with nature and remove people from danger. A key opportunity for local and national governments to jointly identify such priorities lies in the midterm review process of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which in turn will inform the SDG Summit. UCLG and its member local and regional governments have a critical role in this process. Your collective voice and experience can have a decisive and positive influence on the integration of risk reduction into sustainable development and enable the entire multilateral system to seize this moment for resilience. In closing, I want to acknowledge UCLG's Pact for the Future and commend you on this effort. Your pact provides an ambitious pathway for local and regional governments and their partners to deliver on a more resilient and sustainable future. Please count on UNDRR to be part of your journey. Thank you.
Well, it already started. We would like to thank Sanjaya Bhatia and colleagues from the UNDRR office based here in Korea, in South Korea, in Incheon. As we were referring at the beginning, and as Emilia Sai said, to care for planet, we need to change the paradigm of how we understand our relationship with our territories. And for this, we are very pleased to count and to listen the aspirations of an activist from civil society, from the Civil Society Action Committee, who is a strong ally of United Cities and local governments in our global advocacy on migration and displacement. Human mobility is at the core of our way of understanding that we have to care for planet. It is not only on the people's agenda. So allow me to introduce you to Pefi Kinji, from the Queen Service Medal and Pacific Regional Focal Point for Migration. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Matikimu, matikitu, menutangalo. Matikimu, matikitu, menutangalo. Whakalofa lahi atu. Lahi fia ha kua whiria ke he manga hone. O e tulu ke he ana whakalofa noa. Allow me to borrow from one of my thought leaders, may he rest in peace. Oceania is vast. Oceania is expanding. Oceania is a hospitable and generous. Oceania is humanity rising from the depths of brine and regions of fire deeper still. Oceania is us. We are the sea, we are the ocean. We must wake up to the ancient truth from which we have recently liberated ourselves. The Pacific Ocean is symbolic of our collective liberation, yet with the impacts of climate, this slither of liberation has become a mirage. I borrow from the Pact for Future, and thank you for that. Reaffirming our common humanity, we therefore reject greed, ignorance, and division, and we choose to place care at the heart of our Pact for the Future. Care for people and care for the integrity of our planet. In Te Reo Māori of Aotearoa, New Zealand, I'm missing them, by the way, you would say aroha. In the Niue language, you would say whakalofa. In Samoan, you would say talofa. In Hawaii, you would say aloha. And all compassion. You'll be interested to know, and I include this only because I'm really missing my leaders from Aotearoa, New Zealand and Australia and the Pacific. You'll be interested to know that the Treaty of Waitangi is indeed the founding document of central importance to the history, to the political constitution of Aotearoa New Zealand. It is based on 5 principles, very simple. Kāwanatanga, the principle of government. Rangatiratanga, the principle of self-management. The principle of equality, the principle of cooperation, and my favorite one, the principle of redress. May we call on you, UCLG leaders, to please consider supporting loss and damages and giving thought and due consideration to supporting redress for vested stakeholders, as redress is indeed at the heart of loss and damages. See you at COP27 when that will be on the table. I know that you care that a report from Global Witness actually said that 1,700 Indigenous people have died while trying to prevent mining, oil drilling, logging on their lands. Over the 10 years, Brazil and Colombia have recorded the highest numbers of deaths, and you all know this. Secondly, may we call on you, UCLG leaders, to please give Indigenous issues and peoples meaningful presence in the pact. By, for, with Indigenous stakeholders as upheld by the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Next point, and I've only got a few. If indeed by the year 2050, 258 million people, that's a lot of people, are supposed to be on the move due to climate impacts, then you and I must have conversations that continue. And indeed, going forward, and most of all, the displaced, the children, we must talk about them, we must talk about climate impacts. Migration is going to be critical to you, leaders. May we call on you, the UCLG, to consider a caucus focused on migrants and refugees and all migrant refugees issues on behalf of the Global Action Committee on Migration. May we be part of that conversation, and may we raise hands to also converse towards that end. You know, my home, the Pacific region, we've prioritized the oceans for a little bit now, and in particular, nature-based solutions in coastal and marine ecosystems that protect, sustainably manage and restore natural and modified ecosystems, addressing societal challenges effectively and adaptively. And we all know these points to be critical because many cities, especially large cities that are coastal cities, and we all want increased resilience for these cities, and we want those benefits and blue carbon ecosystems for the communities generally and globally. So fourthly, may we call on you, UCLG leaders, to please consider an expanded focus featuring the importance of oceans, our oceans under the planet. You know, one of my favorite groups, the World Council of Churches, is the world's largest ecumenical organization, and the assembly held is every 8 years. The statement that they put out was The Living Planet Seeking a Just and Sustainable Global Community, which they released this year. And it conveys a feeling of urgency as it's called for metanoia and a transformative change of heart and mind, exactly what this pact is about. It determines that the narrow anthro understanding of our relationship with the creation must be revised to a whole life of understanding. The statement further states that the need for climate justice and recognizes the situation for Indigenous people as among the first to face the direct consequence of climate change. And so, the Assembly have called for practical actions, not just more commitments, but to meet the present need, avert ecological disaster. One of the demands refers to the Faith for Ecocide Law Initiative. You may or may not have heard about it. You need to read up about it. And it reads, all governments and authorities must protect and must respect and fulfill the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. May we call on you, the UCLG leaders, to consider new proposals as they come to hand, because the peoples do want you to hear that they are active, they are busy, they are lobbying, they are really, really fighting for your attention. And so, may we please ask you to consider that there will be other notions, initiatives, and innovations that will come through. You will hear about it. And so, there's a proposal from the Peoples for a UN Economic, Social and Ecological Security Council. Neat one. There's also a cry for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. That's great. The rights of nature, fabulous, I look forward to it. Ecocide laws, let's get on with it and know what that is about. A climate crimes tribunal, can't wait for that one. An advisory opinion on human rights and climate change from the International Court of Justice. That's what our young people are doing at present. These are new and strengthened forms of accountability that our peoples on the ground are offering that they have actually given deliberation and thought to, and they require your help and support. At the heart of the matter are the voices of those who are not here present, and also our children, our future. You know, when it's asked, what are the obligations of states and, dare I add, cities and local governments under international law to protect the rights of present and future generations against the adverse effects of climate change? You know, such a question should cement consensus about the scientific evidence of climate change, but there's still a long conversation to be had. It should complement the Paris Agreement by integrating areas of international law that are currently developing in separate tracks, such as the law of the sea, human rights, and environmental principles. Provide impetus for more ambitious action under the Paris Agreement. You know that dialogue is still to be had, and still to be had well. Providing impetus and guidance for domestic, regional, and international adjudications, and certainly providing impetus for a transformative UCLG agenda. Again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on the production of the Pact for the Future. And blessings that it continues to be for the people, with the people, by the people. Ko tiki matua mo tiki tama. Chee-hoo! Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pefi Kingi. I would like to go through the principles you presented, which are related to our pact: government, self-management, equality, collaboration. But I would like to invite our members to consider that we need to redress, that we need to understand the pact to compensate future generations and to try to avoid that we will need to redress in the coming overlapping crises that we might have. I would like to recall as well that through the town hall that I'm going to introduce, we have representation from the indigenous major group from the United Nations. And as well, that the human mobility that you were warning that is coming with this climate injustice, it is addressed in the Lampedusa Charter that is going to be adopted tomorrow for a dignified human mobility. Having said this, and building on the narrative that we are trying to have with this Pact for the Future of Planet, allow me to introduce you to Andrew Potts from the Climate Heritage Network, who has led our town hall on climate and culture. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to follow Pefi Kingi, and Pefi, thank you for your voice. I bring you greetings from the Climate Heritage Network, a network founded in 2019 with the help of the UCLG Culture Committee to mobilize the culture sector from arts to heritage for climate action. The CHN has been leading the Climate and Culture Town Hall, working alongside amazing civil society partners and in close collaboration with the UCLG caucuses. And now, I have the difficult task of synthesizing, in 3 minutes, a year-long consultation on one of the wickedest problems, the climate crisis, a crisis which, undoubtedly, will supply a yardstick against which the success or failure of the Pact for the Future will be measured. We've decided to use our 3 minutes to pose to you a single question. How are you, how are we together, going to fix the climate response? Notice, I did not ask you, how are you going to fix the planet? I didn't have to ask you. According to climate science, we need rapid, unprecedented transition in all sectors, including cities. We need to end our fossil fuel addiction now, adapt to the climate change we've already caused, and prepare for loss and damage. So we know how to fix the climate problem. What we need our attention on is how to fix our response to the climate problem, because the current response is not working. Global energy-related CO2 emissions rose in 2021, as the world economy rebounded strongly from the COVID-19 crisis, powered heavily by coal. The world, it seems, did not build back better. In many places, transformative adaptation remains a distant prospect, especially for the most vulnerable. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called this catastrophe a damning indictment of failed climate leadership. So, if the response to climate change is failing, why is it failing, and how do we fix it? This is the question that we focused on in the Climate and Culture Town Hall. Current climate planning and policy is failing because it doesn't help people imagine what plausible, low-carbon, just, climate-resilient futures look like. It's failing because it overemphasizes a narrow set of technological and market-based solutions, and because many climate planning processes are not inclusive, failing to engage Indigenous peoples, women, youth, older persons, and persons with disabilities. So what do we propose? We propose culture. UCLG has led the way in recognizing culture as a pillar of sustainable development. Today, we have released a policy paper in which we propose a new Culture for Climate agenda for local and regional governments to unlock the power of culture as a pillar of climate action. We argue that centering culture, rights-based approaches, place-based approaches, demand-side and people-centered strategies are urgently needed and missing from much current climate planning. And finally, we argue that cities and regions are uniquely positioned to unlock this power of culture as a pillar of climate action, starting with your own municipal culture functions and personnel, including museums, libraries, heritage sites, arts, and more. Leveraging these cultural resources is, quite simply, one of the most impactful, lowest-cost actions you can take to help address the increasingly complex climate challenges that cities and regions are facing and to bolster a system of climate planning struggling to keep 1.5 alive. For people and planet, we look forward to realizing the promise of the Town Hall process by working together to realize the promise of culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And we say it loud and clear, since the foundations of UCLG with the Culture Committee, we need culture. And as you were saying, this is a specific call for culture in the climate agenda, but we are trying to have culture in every agenda, starting by the Sustainable Development Goals. Having said this, I will now introduce a video from Gabriel Ferrero, who is the chair of the Committee of Food Security from the United Nations, from which United Cities and Local Governments is part of the committee, bringing the voice of our own constituency to the food agenda. Colleagues, please, the video of Gabriel Ferrero.
Honorable Majors, dear Emilia, United Cities and Local Government Secretary General, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to address you today as the chairperson of the UN Committee on World Food Security, the CFS. We convene at a critical time for people, for cities, territories, and the planet. Hunger and malnutrition are major challenges that all countries and all people are facing. The interlinked shocks of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and of conflicts, including the war in Ukraine, are worsening an already dire situation. As a result, people's right to food is in jeopardy, and we are not on track to achieving the 2030 development goals, including SDG 2 on zero hunger. Addressing these challenges calls for a transformation of our food systems to one that is sustainable and that delivers food security, adequate nutrition, and healthy diets for all people, while providing decent jobs and prosperity to family farmers and food producers. However, achieving this ambitious target will only be possible if we work together with you, mayors, presidents of associations, and local elected officers. I commend the work you are leading to help deconstruct the rural-urban dichotomy, to frame the policy environment around a more holistic and integrated approach to territories is in place. A lot more still needs to be done. The UN Committee on World Food Security stands ready to support you. CFS serves as the global food governance body of the United Nations in FAO, where 137 member states of the UN, including most of your countries, are joined by civil society, private sector, research and academia, UN agencies and programs, international financial institutions, foundations, and cities and local governments through UCLG. I am happy to offer you the committee's platform and its support and partnership, and look forward to strengthening our partnership with UCLG and with you all as we work together for a food secure, nutritious, and prosperous society. I thank you.
Ferrero, and I would like to highlight as well what he was saying about the food is in jeopardy and the work that has been done through our Forum of Regions on this the false dichotomy between urban and rural and the territorial approach to both proximity and equality. Finally, in this segment of our partners' aspirations, and last but not least, I would like to introduce the amazing job done by our heroes, Elana, Marta, Florencio, Viviana, and Daniel, who are our self-organized youth caucus that has been consulting its own constituency of youth from around the world to bring to you, local and regional governments, a fresh voice, but not only fresh because they are young, but because they are claiming emergencies in every agenda that they think needs to be taken into account for the future. So please, Daniel Kisinge, from our UCLG Youth Caucus, coming from Nigeria, he has been with us since the very beginning of this process, from Barcelona to Kisumu in Afri cities and now in the World Congress. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pablo. Good evening, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to be here today to share the minds of thousands of young people around the world. I feel really honored, and I do not take it for granted. Thank you, Emilia. Thank you, UCLG, for giving us, the youth, a platform to share our thoughts and perspective on issues that concern the future of our planet. And thank you especially for giving us a seat at the table. I would like to start by saying the future doesn't just unfold on its own. We have to make it happen. There are different challenges affecting the interrelation between young people and the government at different levels. And these are specifically related to the provisions of public services and support systems for the effective self-development and participation of young people in the social and political life. Climate change, amongst many other challenges, threatens people with food and water scarcity, increased flooding, extreme heat, more diseases, and economic losses. Tackling climate change requires coordinated government actions and informed efforts by individuals. If the climate is changing, there's therefore a need for everyone, governments, organizations, people, including the young ones, to change their culture, actions, and activities by being more responsible and conscious of the environment. Municipalities and urban areas are the spaces for execution of any international, national, and regional laws. Therefore, their understanding of the problematic or needs and involvement in the solutions in collaboration with the citizens is fundamental. Lagos has been identified as the most vulnerable state to climate change in Nigeria. My coastal city battling with destructive floods and sea level rise due to climate change. Experts have warned that my city will become unlivable in a few years, putting millions of people at risk of losing their homes and livelihood. I am sure this isn't what you want for our children and future generations to come. So why aren't we acting now? Why is the government not acting? This is a wake-up call for real action, a really urgent one. Climate change issue is an emergency situation, and we must treat it as such. In all of this, only a small percentage of people in Lagos, or even globally, know what climate change is. So when you speak about climate change in certain part of Lagos, people are asking you, what is this? What are you talking about? And even in some other part of the world, people do not know what it is. This highlights the urgent need for climate education, climate action, and climate finance in order to build resilient adaptation and mitigation strategies that can address climate change holistically. We have a one-time opportunity of responding to this challenge and make the change that we want to see. Due to the effect of climate change, there's also the continuous rural exodus of young people, leading to depopulation and abandonment of rural areas and overpopulation in urban environments. According to the United Nations, 55% of the world population live in urban areas, a proportion that is expected to increase to 68% by 2050. As a result of climate change, more people are moving from rural communities to urban communities in search of better life and a healthy environment, thereby leading to overpopulations of these urban environments. Already, we have news headlines of over 300 people who recently died due to flood in a particular town in Nigeria, Kogi Lokoja. How many more of these do we want to see or hear about before we start taking actions? There is therefore need for collaborations between local and regional governments, civil society organizations, and young people to collectively solve the climate change challenges that we are facing today before it degenerates even further. To keep global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, as called for in the Paris Agreement, emissions need to be reduced by 45% by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. To this end, municipalities in their little ways need to join hands in order to collectively reduce emissions gradually till there is no more. In conclusion, there is need to start raising environmentally and culturally conscious young people who in the next 10 to 20 years will be proud of the solutions and recommendations that we are creating today. Let the government and the people come together to redeem our planet, because if the planet is destroyed, there will be no government and there will be no people either. If the environment is destroyed, our children and future generation will not have a place to call home. Thank you so much for the opportunity again. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And well, we finished this section by making sure and bringing to the World Assembly to the General Assembly of United Cities and Local Governments voices from civil society, youth, activists, and our partners to make sure that cities are listening. Having said this, I will yield now the floor to Gino van Wegen, who is the Secretary General of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, who will introduce the next panel, which is the consultation of our membership. Gino, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the General Assembly, and good afternoon, participants of the UCLG World Congress here. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this second part of this high-level dialogue. We indeed will have now a consultation round with local and regional leaders, members of UCLG, on the Pact for the Future, for which we heard just now compelling messages on its need and urgency. I would just like to thank my colleagues at UCLG to invite me to facilitate this consultation here at the UCLG World Congress 2022. My name is Gino van Begin. I'm the Secretary General of ICLEI, and we work very closely with UCLG in the Global Task Force for Local and Regional Governments on the issues of the climate emergency and sustainable transformation. My organization and myself believe that the concept and the instrument of a pact for the future is absolutely essential to fundamentally reset our current thinking, our current approaches, our current use and abuse of nature capital, and ultimately of our own capital. Human and nature goes together. The English word, human nature, is a deep expression of that interlinkage. Humans, we, are only a fraction in time and substance of this planet. We are only visitors. This planet was long here before you and I, and will last well beyond you and I. This planet and nature can easily survive humans and can recover from human abuse, in contrast to us humans who cannot survive an abused nature or planet. So, this pact for the future is about the future of the planet, but more essentially, it is for the future of humanity. Since more than 10 years now, we live in a crisis mode. A severe global financial crisis at the start of the last decade, forced migration and refugees in the middle of the last decade, a COVID-19 pandemic at the start of this decade, now a war in the Ukraine, with a resulting energy crisis, with a surge of a global economic crisis, a food crisis, a biodiversity crisis, and, of course, the climate crisis. We live in a world where human-induced climate change is creating devastating impacts on our communities and ecosystems, and it has become unmanageable from a financial cost perspective for many local and regional governments to provide or to continue to provide the essential services to our people. And whilst international crises like the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in the Ukraine are stalling broad-based, swift action that is needed to respond to the climate emergency, the urgency of our situation remains. ICLEI, through the Global Task Force, cooperates closely with UCLG on these topics, also towards the climate negotiations at COP27 to be held in November in Egypt. You, as local and regional leaders closest to the citizens, elected with a mandate to secure their well-being and to provide the necessary basic services, you are the ones that must change the current bad track and get us on the right track. I'm therefore very pleased to hear from our next speakers on the suggested pact for the future for the planet. We have foreseen 6 speakers, and I would like to introduce our very first speaker, Madame Souad Ben Abdelrahim, the Mayor of Tunis. Please, Madam, the floor is yours. Okay, I understand that Madame Souad Ben Abdelrahim, Mayor of Tunis, is not yet here with us. She will be a little bit later. Perhaps we can then move towards Iracy Hassler, Mayor of Santiago de Chile. Are you in the room? Madam, please take the floor.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias a todos y todas. Añón, haseyo. Es un honor poder compartir con ustedes viniendo desde Santiago de Chile, una larga y angosta franja de tierra en el sur del mundo, donde al igual que ustedes compartimos el desafío de la crisis climática, la mayor amenaza que enfrenta la humanidad y que no es un desafío del futuro, sino que es un desafío del presente y cuyas consecuencias ya se están viviendo en nuestros territorios. Todas las ciudades y países necesitamos de manera urgente hacernos cargo de la crisis climática, cambiando nuestra vida cotidiana, así como también debe hacerlo el comercio y la actividad económica en todos los espacios. En Santiago tomamos conciencia de aquello. Nos declaramos, después de un proceso participativo de cabildos medioambientales, en emergencia climática y ecológica. Estamos avanzando en la defensa de nuestros parques públicos, pulmones verdes de toda la región metropolitana. Sin embargo, quiero aprovechar estos minutos especialmente para abordar un tema que es un desafío fundamental y que las ciudades, y compartirán mis colegas de los gobiernos locales, tenemos como uno de los desafíos principales, que es la gestión de residuos. Necesitamos transformar nuestro modelo de gestión de residuos hacia la reducción, reutilización, reciclaje, compostaje y también innovación. En el caso de nuestra comuna barrial y capital de Santiago, tenemos que cambiar completamente el modelo que hemos recibido, en que todos los días recogemos más de 600 toneladas de residuos y las mandamos desde la capital hacia la periferia de nuestra región. Eso debe cambiar completamente y es por eso que hemos decidido invertir un 8% de nuestro presupuesto del año 2023 en la innovación tecnológica que nos permita generar este cambio. Eso implica, por ejemplo, avanzar en un cambio en la recolección de voluminosos y escombros, pero también en la adquisición de chipeadoras, de biodigestores, de composteras, de vermicomposteras también, para poder trabajar desde las casas, desde los CITES, desde las escuelas, las juntas de vecinos, en este cambio que es cultural y que es también civilizatorio. Estas iniciativas tienen que aportar a reutilizar nuestros residuos y dejar de mandarlos al relleno sanitario. Eso implica incluso que los residuos no salgan de los hogares. Más de la mitad de nuestros residuos son orgánicos. Ellos podrían estar siendo compost para nuestros huertos comunitarios. Sin embargo, están yendo hoy día también a la basura común. Es por eso que hemos decidido hacer un cambio fundamental, invitando a las comunidades a ser parte activa de esto. Eso implica también que en nuestra comuna, que tiene más de 1.700 edificios, vamos a llegar el próximo semestre a tener 1.000 edificios con retiro separado de reciclaje. Cambios que requieren no solo de la inversión y eficiencia municipal, sino también de un cambio cultural, de la educación ambiental que es fundamental, de hacernos cargo de lo que nosotros mismos generamos, que son nuestras basuras y residuos. Pero eso implica también, y es el llamado que quiero hacer en este espacio, aprovechando a los gobiernos locales, organismos internacionales, organizaciones de la sociedad civil, implica poder compartir experiencias, implica poder compartir también tecnologías y que lo asumamos como un desafío conjunto, en que aquellas ciudades que todavía estamos al debe con esta transición hacia un nuevo modelo de gestión de residuos, podamos recoger aquellos avances que se están teniendo en otras y podamos también humildemente pero decididamente desde nuestros procesos aportar a los otros lugares del mundo. Tuve la oportunidad en estos días de conocer, por ejemplo, el sistema de reciclaje con una planta en Dubón, en Seúl. Y me llamó mucho la atención, por ejemplo, el sistema inteligente de recolección de los residuos a través de los camiones. Temas que son fundamentales para poder incorporar también en nuestras comunidades. Es por eso que invitamos al multilateralismo en el tema de gestión de residuos, a poder reconocer las experiencias de las ciudades y compartirlas de conjunto. Porque el pacto para el futuro solo será posible si es que ese futuro existe. Y para eso necesitamos actuar hoy y escuchar especialmente a los niños y niñas que nos lo dicen con fuerza, con preocupación y muchas veces con miedo, pero también con esperanza, que necesitamos actuar hoy día para que podamos tener un futuro posible. Colegas, cualquiera de nuestros proyectos políticos no va a ser posible si es que no contamos con un planeta para las presentes y futuras generaciones. Por eso el llamado es a actuar hoy. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor of Santiago de Chile, for your message on the need to transform waste management in Santiago de Chile and to turn towards a model of innovative waste collection, waste use, and transformation. I believe that that is very much in support to the pact and the necessity of implementing this pact in the future. I would now like to give the floor to Mr. Sami Kanan, the Executive Councillor and Mayor of Geneva. Please, sir, come forward. Is he not in the room yet? Okay. We then would like to ask to come forward Madam Norani Roslan, Mayor of Klang. Thank you, Madam.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Indeed, may peace be upon the whole world, no matter where you are, especially in the conflict region. My heart goes to the Myanmar or Rohingya refugee that has come to our shore, having been displaced from their villages. My concern lies in the absence of education that these migrant children have to grow up with and how we can fill their need with our limited resources. The city of Klang lies on the coastal areas of peninsular Malaysia, where it is predicted that if the temperature of the planet goes up, continue to goes up, that it will be underwater in some times in the future. So while I appeal to the whole nation to change our behavior, to see that each of our behavior, each of our conduct will have an impact on the nature, on the whole planet, but I must call upon myself and my colleagues in Malaysia among the local governments association to gather and to think and to act upon our commitment that were made earlier to ensure that our future are better, that our relationship with the environment, with the ecosystems becomes something that is enculturalized, that becomes second nature to us, becomes a new behavior for everyone in our city and all of the cities in Malaysia. Together with other cities in Malaysia, through the Malaysian Association of Local Government, we will put into actions programs and projects that will contribute to better relationship with nature and the ecosystem. It is imperative that behavioral and cultural changes be instilled in not only the younger generation, but also the corporate sectors into practicing a more equitable and responsible governance that will truly make a formidable impact on a healthier ecosystem. Our provincial government have declared climate emergency and put high expenditure and increase in the resiliency of our cities because of the flooding that we had last year. And we call it the 50-year flood. And I believe in the future it will recur in less than 50 years if we do not change our behavior. Allocation for caring societies have also been increased to ensure that inequality be reduced and inclusivity is assured. Malaysia has uplifted its commitment from low carbon to net zero carbon through the ESG commitment by all the stakeholders. Asia-Pacific nations, through multilateral collaboration, will support each other in our quest towards a better future. And it is at this forum, hosted by UCLG, supported by the United Nations, that we can gather and share our best practices and renew our commitment towards taking considerable action to change the behavior and the commitment of our cities into a better future. In Malaysia, we will be holding a Malaysia Urban Forum next week in our neighboring city, Shah Alam, where a Sustainable Urban Nation 2030 and local action to further proof cities and communities will be the theme. It will be a gathering of city leaders and practitioners around a common vision of sustainable and equitable urban development that align with the new urban agenda and sustainable development goal. With the support of World Urban Forum Secretariat of United Nations Habitat, the Malaysian Urban Forum aspires to widen and strengthen the global initiatives as a way to accelerate effective implementation of the new urban agenda. Local governments have benefited much from global affiliation, such as UCLG, where commitments are renewed, best practices are shared, and networking are formed, thus empowering cities to better prepare for future challenges that cities face to sustain a healthy, happy, and harmonious environment for its people, as well as be a part of a beautiful planet. Keep the comradeship going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor of Klang. Thank you for expressing your support to the Pact for the Future, and thank you for highlighting the fact that you will try to change behavior in your city and within Malaysia for a better nature and therefore a better future. I would now like to call on Madam Fauziya Khalid Warraq, President Mayor of the Local Councils Association of the Punjab, Pakistan. Madam, are you in the room? And if yes, please come forward to the lectern. Thank you, Madam.
Good evening. My name is Fauziya, and I'm the ex-mayor of Toba Tek Singh and the president of Local Council Association, Punjab. Pakistan is the first country that adopted SDGs as a national development agenda through a resolution which was passed by the National Assembly in February 2016. The government of Pakistan has formed specialized SDGs unit at the federal, provincial, and local areas to accelerate the progress on SDGs. The approach was to mainstream, build synergy within government departments, build partnership with all the stakeholders, and provide policy support wherever it is required. In the first 6 years, we have set up good institutional structure for SDGs implementation. Despite having difficult global and national challenges, Pakistan follows its development plan in partnership with international communities to eradicate extreme poverty and provide decent living standard to its people. However, this process has often been interrupted due to the global reasons: oil price hike, global trade dispute, and climate change threats. To mitigate these potential risks, the government of Pakistan always divert the resource for realignment to the priorities. Pakistan is one of the lowest contributor to the global carbon emission, but experiences high ecological impact, such as land 1.5% increase in summer temperature, heat waves, flood and storms, disturbance in water cycle, sea level rise. Pakistan is the eighth country in the world to impact of climate change, even though its contribution to the total global greenhouse gas and it is less than 1%. Recent flash flooding in Pakistan is an example of ongoing climate catastrophe. The recent flooding in Pakistan has created a dire humanitarian crisis. The extraordinary rainfall and flooding impact every part of the country. The country has suffered an economic loss of more than US 10 billion, and the recovery is estimated to take the next 10 years. Any progress towards achievement of SDGs in Pakistan has been reversed due to this humanitarian crisis. According to the September 2022 data of National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, the flood have inflicted destruction in 120 out of 160 districts in Pakistan. The government of Pakistan has declared 81 districts to be calamity hit. People in a country are directly affected by the flood, including more than 7.9 million people have been temporarily displaced and are in need of assistance. Over 1.1 million houses have now been damaged or destroyed. Livelihoods are being heavily impacted. Around 2 million areas of crop have also been impacted. So many roads and so many major bridges are destroyed and make difficulty for the people to flee to safer areas, to travel, to access markets, healthcare centers, or other vital services. More than 22,000 schools have been damaged, and over 5,500 schools are being used to shelter the displaced population, interrupting education and learning for over 3.5 million children. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I invite the world to come and see how much climate change has wreaked havoc in Pakistan. Thousands of children and pregnant women are flood victims in Pakistan. They punished for the crime that they have not committed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Fawzia Khalid Barash. And first of all, Madam, I would just like to share with you my personal thoughts of solidarity with the people of Pakistan who have suffered of the latest tragedies, climate-induced tragedies. I think that the point that you have made by saying that Pakistan is one of those countries that have had very little contribution to the overall greenhouse gas emissions, whilst heavily and highly being impacted ecologically. I think that this part of a shared but differentiated responsibility needs to be re-emphasized in the pact for the future. So I will look towards my colleagues of UCLG and to see if we can reinforce the issues around shared but differentiated responsibilities, as well as looking to loss and damage issues in the pact for the future. Thank you very much, Madam. Finally, I would like to call upon Mr. Fernando Gray, Mayor of Esteban Echevarria. Are you in the room, sir? Yes. Please join us here at the lectern.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. Muchas gracias, Gino Van Begin. Emilia, muchas gracias por la coordinación de esta consulta. Gracias y tu colaboración, apoyo y trabajo permanente. Muchas gracias. Estimadas y estimados colegas, alcaldesas y alcaldes, autoridades y representantes de organismos internacionales, es un honor compartir este encuentro fundacional con todas y todos ustedes para trabajar colectivamente en pos de ciudades más igualitarias, habitables y resilientes para un futuro más sostenible. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de formar parte de esta instancia de diálogo e intercambio y agradezco especialmente la posibilidad de representar hoy a los gobiernos locales de Latinoamérica en mi carácter de presidente de Mercociudades e intendente de Esteban Echeverría, una ciudad metropolitana de la República Argentina con un pujante polo industrial. Desde Mercociudades, una red de 364 ciudades latinoamericanas con presencia en 10 países y que representa a más de 120 millones de habitantes, llevamos adelante una agenda centrada en la sostenibilidad, la resiliencia y el derecho a las ciudades armoniosas e inclusivas. Y todo esto se erige sobre una fuerte vocación por la cooperación, la igualdad y la pluralidad de voces, en el respeto por la diversidad y la solidaridad entre las personas con sus entornos y entre las ciudades. En 26 años de experiencia en desarrollo sostenible y cooperación internacional, nuestros gobiernos siempre han ratificado un fuerte compromiso con la agenda de derechos e igualdad entre las personas, sea cual fuere su identidad y expresión de género, etnia, credo, nacionalidad y cultura. Y en este sentido, nos esforzamos por reducir las asimetrías e inequidades dentro y entre nuestras comunidades para construir ciudades pacíficas, saludables, abiertas para todos y todas. Por esta razón, sabemos que si bien los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible plantean un horizonte amplio y global, su logro será posible si las ciudades pueden convertirlos en realidad. En este sentido, los gobiernos locales debemos estar en el centro de la discusión, ya que es en el seno de las ciudades donde la sostenibilidad debe ser alcanzada. Sin dudas, el sistema multilateral local es un espacio clave para garantizar el pacto por el futuro de nuestro planeta, de la humanidad y de la biodiversidad. Debido a esto, los gobiernos subnacionales somos actores centrales en esta toma colectiva de decisiones para alcanzar una visión común respecto de los modelos de producción y consumo que moldean el vínculo entre las personas y el planeta. Desde Mercociudades buscamos dar cuenta de la problemática del sur global con la perspectiva latinoamericana. Además, resulta prioritario destacar que a partir de la crisis sanitaria, las desigualdades de las naciones periféricas se han acentuado, particularmente por estar presionadas por el endeudamiento, la pobreza y la escalada inflacionaria de los alimentos. Reafirmamos así el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas para trabajar en pos del alcance de la Agenda 2030 a partir de una gobernanza multilateral, multinivel y multiactoral. Nuestro horizonte es la construcción de ciudades habitables y territorios sostenibles, armonizados con las personas. Sin embargo, los significativos cambios sociales, sanitarios, demográficos y ambientales han arrojado un mapa de mayores asimetrías. De este modo, el Pacto por el Futuro de la Humanidad y el Planeta constituye una excelente herramienta para visibilizar y dar respuestas concretas a la desigualdad social, de género, etaria, territorial, educativa y tecnológica. Debemos diseñar y desarrollar de manera mancomunada una agenda de vanguardia que nos permita levantar un mundo más justo y equitativo, ya que nos preocupa muy especialmente una nueva geografía de desventajas concentradas que ha surgido en las naciones periféricas, y advertimos que se ha dibujado una preocupante morfología de exclusión social sintetizada en juventudes desempleadas o subempleadas, adultas y adultos mayores en situación de vulnerabilidad y colectivos sociales sin el pleno ejercicio de sus derechos. Por todas estas razones, el rol de los gobiernos locales es fundamental para hallar herramientas efectivas que nos permitan responder a los retos que debemos enfrentar y propiciar el paso de la teoría a la praxis. Desde nuestros gobiernos ponemos en marcha iniciativas con resultados muy auspiciosos para asegurar ciudades y territorios armoniosos y vivibles que se ajusten a una Agenda 2030. De este modo, nos esforzamos por garantizar el derecho a la ciudad y nos comprometemos a incluir transversalmente esta guía de desarrollo sostenible en políticas públicas. Desde la presidencia de Mercociudades hemos promovido 2 posicionamientos colectivos ante los desafíos ambientales globales. Por un lado, los aportes a la nueva agenda urbana y por otro convocamos a todas las ciudades de nuestra red a debatir y aportar en forma colectiva el documento del Pacto para el Futuro de CGLU, que también pretende ser un aporte hacia la próxima cumbre climática en noviembre 2022. De este trabajo colectivo, en el que participan las ciudades de nuestra red, junto a organizaciones globales como ONU Habitat, CEPAL, CGLU, ICLEI, SHICOM, entre otras, han surgido las siguientes recomendaciones. Eje persona. Las sociedades deben ser solidarias y garantizar los derechos de toda la ciudadanía, considerando especialmente a las mujeres, las personas con discapacidad, las minorías y las comunidades LGBTIQ+. Se deben reivindicar a los pueblos originarios y los saberes ancestrales. Las ciudades en Latinoamérica son desiguales, injustas y fragmentadas, y este es el motivo que pone en tela de juicio el desarrollo sostenible. Es necesario considerar la igualdad como pilar de la sociedad y fortalecer la gobernanza con acciones de cooperación, capacitaciones y apoyo técnico. Eje planeta, se debe reemplazar el afán del progreso y el aumento del PBI por una meta de un desarrollo sostenible que contemple a todas y todos, incluyendo no solo a todos los seres humanos, sino también a la vasta biodiversidad y a todo el planeta en su conjunto, es decir, nuestro hogar común. Especial mención debemos hacer a las migraciones y llamar a la solidaridad de los gobiernos y de las ciudades hacia los refugiados por situaciones climáticas. Se necesita renovar el compromiso por trabajar en pos de la justicia climática y un planeta más sostenible, aunque a la luz de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas. Eje gobierno, el Pacto por el Futuro constituye una clara apuesta al valor de los gobiernos locales y regionales, dado el protagonismo como actores políticos y catalizadores de las demandas, sueños y aspiraciones de la ciudadanía. Debemos trabajar en visualizar la importancia del desarrollo del hábitat en ciudades intermedias y poner foco en disminuir las asimetrías entre ciudades centrales y periféricas. Se debe fortalecer una gobernanza fundada en la confianza, el equilibrio, el principio de solidaridad y el cuidado. Los gobiernos locales tienen que bregar por la igualdad en cada una de sus prácticas y políticas de gobiernos, ya que sin igualdad y sin derechos asequibles para toda la ciudadanía no se puede perfilar un futuro realmente sostenible y resiliente. Para finalizar, quisiera evocar el eslogan de la última cumbre celebrada en Esteban Echeverría. Los gobiernos locales siempre estamos. Sin dudas, las ciudades debemos ser resilientes y desarrollar la capacidad de supervivencia, adaptación y crecimiento a todas las personas, comunidades, instituciones y a toda la biodiversidad como parte de un mismo ecosistema frente a las tensiones crónicas y a los nuevos impactos agudos que experimentamos. Como presidente de Mercociudades e intendente de Esteban Echeverría, deseo expresar nuestro más profundo compromiso por el Pacto por el Futuro y contribuir con el plan de trabajo y las prioridades políticas de CGLU. Los gobiernos locales y nuestros socios queremos ser hacedores de un mundo más igualitario, armonioso, justo e inclusivo, en el que la humanidad viva en paz con la biodiversidad y el entorno en su conjunto. Nos comprometemos con el planeta y las nuevas generaciones para que así sea. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Fernando Gray, for expressing your commitment to the Pact for the Future for the Planet, for your invitation to all UCLG members to commit in the same way to the Pact, to use and implement the Pact for the Future. And on the point of the Latin American perspective, I would just like to inform you that together with our colleagues of UCLG, we are organizing a multi-action pavilion for local and regional governments in Egypt at the COP27 Blue Zone area, so directly where the parties are. And that will be the space that we will be able to interact with parties directly, and in particularly on the South American perspective or the Latin American perspective will be brought up during these 2 weeks. I think, Emilia and colleagues from UCLG, I think that this consultation round has provided you with support and commitment to the Pact for the Future. Definitely from an ICLE perspective, we are and stand with you on this pact. I think that the Pact for the Future speaks indeed to the envisioned SDG summit and the summit of the future ahead of the UN Pact for the Future organized by the Secretary General of the United Nations. So I think it is a very good basis. I believe that this consultation round has provided you with all of that support to continue this important work. With that, Emilia, I would just like to give the floor back to you for the closing of this high-level dialogue. Please.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for your support during this dialogue, but also for your continued commitment and our ongoing tight partnership. Our hope is that for us the pact is not something that will stay like this. It's a live document. It's the political declaration of Daejeon. It needs to serve as the basis for our inputs to the Pact for the Future of the United Nations. And so for us, this is an important path to continue, and while this is the scenifying of the consultations that we have had, we also feel that there is a lot of room to make parts of the pact broader, more actionable, etc. So that is a road that we need to undertake together. And as we have discussed, I think that many of the Malmö recommendations from your Congress, but also some of the recommendations that we want to bring to COP need to be part of those inputs as we look to the UN summit. So thank you very much for this. Gino, yes, please.
Sorry, just one last point. One of the things that will happen as an unprecedented event at the COP27 in Egypt is that this will be for the very first time in the history of the climate negotiations that started since 1992, that there will be a ministerial, an interministerial with other ministers, and in this case, ministers from urbanization, of local development, sitting together with the climate negotiators, ministers for climate and environment. And I think that is a very good step forward to come to what we are asking for, namely to look at this and to take action in a cross-cutting way with the various ministries available in the different countries. So our hope is that with this initiative that is brought up by the Egyptian presidency, that will set a very first milestone for further in the next years to come, have those kind of ministerials, perhaps with the ministers for finance, because financing has been a topic here as well. So, yeah, we are looking forward to, in that sense, to that particular
No,
indeed,
a very good point, and it is something that indeed we were discussing with the minister earlier this morning, that this was a very important thing to bring to the discussion. So I'm going to start with this last round. I'm going to start giving the floor to Andreas Wolter from Cologne. Mayor of Cologne, to be exact. Thank you very much, Mayor, for being with us, because we want to make sure also that the aspect of human rights is included here, also linked with climate and the changes in the way we relate to nature. So please, take the floor, Mayor. Then we will go to our Ubuntu advisor, Jorge Jaramillo, and then we will go to our pledge. So, Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emilia. So, dear colleagues, this morning we had an interactive session to promote UCLG global campaign for 10, for 100, for 1,000 human rights cities. It was a real inspiring meeting with a lot of mayors and political representatives and councillors from all over the world, and thank you, Emilia, for joining this very, very good meeting. I would like to invite you to join this campaign. Actually 80 cities are joining, and we want to be 1,000 cities. So come on, join the campaign. Cologne, my hometown, will also join the campaign. We have 23 sister cities, and we give human rights priority in our international relations if human rights are not fully respected as it has to be. Women's rights, LGBTIQ rights, migrants, or indigenous people. We support them and empower the NGOs in Cologne as well as in our sister cities. We are a safe harbor for refugees. Actually, we have 14,000 refugees from Ukraine in our city. We created 200 additional school classes. And so we support also our sister city, Dnipro, in Ukraine against the war and the violence where fundamental human rights were under attack by the Russian army. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for, I think it is important that, as we were saying in the interactive session in the Agora, we need to link the discussion on human rights to other discussions. And I think it's very important to also link it to the climate justice discussion. It's important to bring these things to COP as well. So we need to find a way to make these connections. I'm going to you now, Jorge. I mean, you've been our Ubuntu advisor, the Ubuntu advisors of UCLG accompany the thinking of our leadership. They try to guide us towards new paths that we need to go through. They have been holding our hand in the process of the town hall when discussing with civil society. What is your perspective of the discussions and the ownership that we have heard today?
Well, thank you, Emilia and everyone. I'm delighted to share some complementary ideas to this fantastic meeting for the Pact of the Future and its 10 commitments about the planet. I would like to introduce some concepts that could complement the fantastic contributions that we have heard. We must focus in our ways of inhabiting and consuming territory and resources that is challenging our planet. Our ecological footprint in multiple forms and the impact on strategic ecosystems, prioritizing broad agreements on ways of urbanizing. I think behind the cities, behind the urbanization, there are many, many of the questions that are challenging our planet. What is the planetary space that our personal footprint defines? How we urbanize is the basic response. We need to develop complete cities based in proximity and more sustainable strategies. Complete cities means also places where human rights can be respected. People at the center of the value of life as the basis of everything. Local governments close to the people, we must strengthen that. And also, I would like to insist in an idea that I've been sharing along these days. That means the multi-scale actions for proximity. That means neighborhood level, municipal level, but also metropolis and regional level. Because when we think about proximity, we must think in those scales. Proximity to water, proximity to energy, to food. It's not a local proximity. It's a general, regional proximity. As we all know, we have an emergency in today's world. The problems before us are not waiting for us anymore. One question prevails is how will we make it possible to provide answers much faster? Time is against us. Some final statements. Build shared agreements and goals with a specific agenda on the ways of inhabiting and occupying the territory is fundamental. Territories for life, safe, healthy, and inclusive. We must also understand the interrelationships between processes, how the various impacts of urbanization are connected. We have a gigantic challenge of citizenship formation as well. Culture, a renewed citizenship in the face of contemporary cultural and environmental conditions. Because many, many people that we call citizens are just inhabitants. We have to implement the concept of civic citizenship in the global conditions. The reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic is a good example of positive collective capacity for global change. If we were able to react against that, we must react against the other pandemics, like the climate change emergency. How can we reconcile our ways of living with natural ecosystems? The root is the water. I think we must understand, and the tragedy of Pakistan shows that the root is water. We must strengthen ourselves, Emilia, as a municipal and regional movement that can lead the process of global change like no other organization in the world. We can no longer postpone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear friend. I think it is something that the co-president said yesterday when introducing, the work that we were doing, our aspirations for this summit. He was saying it is important to adopt the Pact for the Future because the sacrifices that many people are making need to mean something. We cannot we cannot let that go unnoticed. And our colleague from Pakistan has made a very clear plea for this. I mean, they are having the consequences of something that they have not caused. But also we are going to be asking millions of people to transform their lives in a way that might not be so easy. Simply because of the very bad decisions that we have been taking in the past. And I think that kind of intergenerational solidarity is also extremely relevant. And that it is probably something that local and regional governments are best placed to take responsibility over. That is my sense. And I would hope that as we work together under this axis, we also take this into consideration. Intergenerational solidarity is very high on the agenda of the environmental discussions, but maybe we need to link them with other things as well. It's not about the future of the planet only, but it's about the quality of life and the rights that people have right now. So thank you very much for these thoughts. Do you have anything else you wanted to add? You came up with something, I know you.
Yeah, just one sentence. I would like to express my congratulations to the organization because the pact is a great step forward. And I think every paragraph, every word has a profound meaning. So I would like to congratulate the organization and the people that was working behind the pact.
Well, thank you very much for those words. Sometimes I am surprised, that in such difficult and challenging times, we have managed to adopt in such a diverse room that we are representing here. We are managing to adopt such document, and that gives me also, as I was saying yesterday, a lot of hope for the future. Because if we are able to do that, then we are also able to make it actionable. And I'm very pleased to now give the floor to Tanine Rudik, President of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, our Vice President for North America, who is going to take the pledge from this room to our presidency and on their behalf. Thank you, Tanine.
Thank you very much, chers collègues, dear friends. Today, we embody the consultative process that has built our vision for the future. We have gone hand in hand with our allies through the town hall process, the International Advisory Committee, the policy councils, and UCLG consultation mechanisms. We have listened carefully to your message, loud and clear, to rethink our modes of consumption, production, displacement, and living, which today are the source of injustice and inequality, towards universal models that are regenerative, sustainable, and resilient. To lead a new vision of our common future in which we move from overexploitation of natural resources to the protection of biodiversity, in which we address the challenge of climate emergency and the transition to net zero carbon systems, risk reduction, and urban resilience. To transform the interaction between society, economy, and nature, decouple economic development from the exhaustion of our planet, and lead ways of life that transform the relationship with our ecosystems. That is why we, the cities and regions of the world, we commit to address the climate emergency, environmental degradation, and biodiversity depletion through a fair and equitable sharing of the benefits of climate action. We commit to develop a vision that considers these actions by embracing the rights of nature as our own, mobilizing all actors to make available the resources we need to reverse the climate and ecological crises. We look to the future with responsibility. We are confident that our collective of local and regional governments are ready to join their national and international allies to put the care of the planet at the heart of our joint action. The voice of cities and territories must contribute to rethinking the future together through key international milestones such as the SDG Summit, the Future Summit, or the United Nations World Water Conference. Colleagues, this is the commitment of cities and local governments united around the world to take care of our planet. Thank you for taking part in this concluding consultation for the Pact of the Future of the Planet. It will be taken to the World Council for approval.
It is done. Thank you very, very much, Vice President. Thank you. Colleagues, we are wrapping this up and we will be coming back for the electoral process. I need to find out what is happening, but so be patient. Let us hear some music, colleagues, and let us celebrate that we have managed to have this part of the Pact of the Future accepted for adoption. Thank you.